Blah, blah, blah. I am late. Not really. Hello, Jax. How are you? Everything was so last minute. I just woke up not long ago. Yeah, let's go. I hope you enjoy the game a lot. So what's your first thing you're gonna do? Mm, dun, dun, dun. Mm. Heavier than your classes. You can always change your race by I think you get like a potion, or you can. I think it's a potion. You can change your race, your gender, etc. Did I lose tracking for a second? And ban launch. You can be a male or female bunny. I'm eating real quick. I launched everything at the last minute. Dun 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 dun. I want to do daily. Uh, daily. I just asked like 4 people if they want to do dailies. One of them's doing the rated extremes, so that's a no. Okay. Let's see if Meister wants to do dailies. Yep, I saw. I was very sad. I'm so far away from Island. Well, I guess I'm not too far. Here. Do it, but... And... Okay. Well, I asked another person for if they were. Hopefully. No worries. Enjoy new raid. Nope, not in a strict area. Come on, Hippo. Guys wanted somebody to do dailies with. Glad. Are you there? Oh, we'll go do that fate while we wait for someone to respawn real quick. I get there in time. Hello, friends. I don't think these are part of it. They're not. That's an interesting chocobo. I guess I don't need that no more. 92,000 XP. That's worth more than a quest. That one over there. Bum, bum, bum. Closing out the stuff. Okay. How's your day been, Jax? Meow. I'm slow. Oh no, I'm in danger. There's so many. Oh. This thing almost got me killed. Not the one I meant to use. I didn't realize it would fire to one. I don't need to be buying the info. You don't get a very big window to cancel that, huh? Hopefully I level up off this and I get all the XP for the other. Just waiting for people to get on. I'm struggling. Hello, Meister. How was your day so far? Oop. 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 Okay. I'm trying to remember that. No, 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 no. Actually, maybe. I may actually level up off you, friend. I'm good as being about for a bit now. Take the summer buttons. Ah! I hope adulting was fun. Level up? I need 10,000 experience. Where's your next fate? Pop up sunshine. No, I did figure I can just I can't just raid. Why want you to work? I can invite you to the FC. You want to be invited to the FC in person or in friends list? No, 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 no. It's a dodo. Go, go, go. Da 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 da. Go, go, go. Da 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 da. Chocobos. These dodos hurt. I'm the only calling them chocobos or dodos. They hurt. Well, I guess there are rails. Oh yeah, yeah. Thank God someone's here to help. That one's doing a lot of damage. Oh, dang it. Oh, shit. I thought that was a minion. It was not a minion. We did it! I'm trying to leveling up Ninja. So that we can both be DPS. I need Minder. Minder. Do I have that character added? Because I'm not sure. What's the name? I'm bad at names. Oh yeah, because yeah. Invite. Invite. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I really hope they don't all have to be online. This character doesn't have almost every class level yet, so I can't be a tank. Tank? Is this a spooky thing? Submit pre-company petition. Wait 1 second. What should the company tag be? 'Cause I feel like it shouldn't be the other link. Much as I like it. Hmm. Really a fancy tag. Yes. Yes, it is. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it is. It's a type of cookie. Literally cookies. I feel like it should be something else, perhaps. No clue. Well, if you think cookie is fine, then I'll just do cookie. It fits. Okay. Submit. Let's go. We have a lot of work to do. And rank. Okay. Um. No, there's a title limit. There's a letter limit. Huh. Okay. First things first. We gotta unlock stuff. Mole. Well, compared to a Viera, the dragons are like the smallest race aside from Lalafell. How do we level this up? How do we level this up? Change hierarchy. Y'all get your own role. Remote. Founder. Remote. Founder. I'll make custom roles in a bit. I just gotta think of names. Unless y'all have ideas for names. Dun, dun. I guess I'll start doing crafting again. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I think that's fine. I trust y'all not to abuse dismissal, so we'll keep that. This can be like for normal officers. I didn't realize now I need 1 level for Lady gear and I'm still midway. It's okay. Then company action. Rank is not high enough. We need rank 5 to at least get 5% more XP. And some free teleportation. Okay. Let me plop 600k in there. Yeah, I'll do 500. We have some money in there. Now does that mean I have credits now? Nope. Learn of company credits. I accidentally clicked through all of them. I need to redo that. Learn currency free companies use in places to guild company seals. It's earned by a member filling various duties in any other company. Company for change. Raise time with an officer. Okay. Please have to be careful when your company has been granted rights to what's called allied killing company. Where must guarantee all the rights to use credits. Okay. Yeah, we gotta do a lot of stuff. Okay. Now we gotta find active people. Would be willing to join and help people. Is there, what all can I do? Company board. We get 192 characters. Or less. There. This is all new to me. Dun dun dun. How many storage things do we get? 1. Okay. Well, I have nothing to put in there at the moment. I didn't really level up any crafting. Dun dun dun. Alright. You ready for dailies? Dun dun. I'll have to see if it hit house available for players and FCs. Oh, we can head there. Never mind. Agreed. We need a house. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. I accidentally typed that in caps. Do I have that unlocked like this? No. The one ability I need is not unlocked. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, Chaos Dragon, how are you? Would I like to join for daily? We made an FC. I can't press the button, but we made an FC. Let's see what I can do. Ah. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. What? What's how many credits we get from doing a dungeon? Down, down, down. Down, 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 down. I ain't going all of them. Oh. Hopefully I get ninja up high enough before MSQ. Oh, what is my MSQ? 79? I have to get 80? 5 whole levels. Hello, Choppy. How are you, Choppy? Thank you for the cookie. Oh, we're right over there. Okay. I'll have to hold on just a moment. Thank you, food. Hello, Kota. How are you? I am looking at the food. What happened? Why? Why die? Don't die. Being tired from work. Oh. It's no sleepy if you need it. No. 25th? What happens on the 25th? If I can ask. Go out there too? Oh, I still have to get the game. No! I don't know why this wasted that ability on the character and no one talking about it. Time travel in 31st second. All the memories you can make along the way. Slow motion. Hello. Hello, Belle. I got a lot of water to drink. I gotta see something. Water good? Yeah. I just chugged 2 glasses of water. Hydration! Down. Do-do, do-do, do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do. Easy. Duck. Make sure y'all stay hydrated as well. This is not the ability I needed to cast. I screwed up. They're very peaceful right now. Weird. That's all I'm gonna do. I want to know if Duton actually does damage. I honestly don't remember. Yeah. I can't for the love of me for heavy. My brain's not that good at memory game. It is 80 tick, I think. This is done. That's a Duton. Futon is the status effect that you keep up. I'm dead. I die now. I always die on this one. Brain cannot comprehend. No. Brain doesn't comprehend to stand here. Brain wants to be behind enemy. Doton. Enter. So it doesn't do damage, it only does damage on one tick. Other than that, it's just a heavy. Does it? Perhaps? I don't think so. If it only does damage on the first tick, there's no point to cast it. Hello, Arnie. Everyone's doing hydration faster chatting. Let's see what. It only did damage on that first tick. Other than that, it's applying heavy, which movement speed is reduced. So, is there truly a point putting Doton down? Unless you're running away from something? I'll have to look more into it. Hello, Tomo. How are you? Boop, 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 boop. Otherwise, no. Well, I got 6 for AoE. It does 200 damage plus, compared to 80. Hello, just started. Oh. You just started FinFan? Yeah, yeah. Only level 6 moves to scenario cuts and just told to stick to this. Yeah, scenarios and dungeons/raids are gonna be your best way to get through MSQ. And then you can save side quests for leveling up other classes as you progress, if you wish to level those. What server did you join? Oh. No worries. Oh, no. A few friends want me to play with them, so I have like 4 characters on the same level at this point. Yeah, all of NA can play together, and I think only you can play with each other? I'm not sure. I do know they plan on making it. Pretty sure they plan on making it cross-region. Yeah. But if you're wanting to beat an FC together, you have to be on the same data center and world. Man, I pressed all the wrong buttons. Oh yeah. Then everybody on NA can play with each other? Is this for certain things like FC and such, you have to be on the same world? Other than that, I don't have to. No, no, no. This one kind of this one blind. That's understandable. When I first started out, I had no one to help. I was meant to be. No. I have no idea what the community is like there. So fast. I just died once. Once. I think I know somebody in either. Oh, we're in Pretty Dungeon. Oh, this is spoilers. This dungeon's spoilers. FYI. It's pretty, you can look at it. It's just when we gotta fight stuff, it's spoilers. I think the only last boss is spoiled. Okay. Well, that felt like it ticked way too many times. Dun, dun, dun. There's no wrong choice actually. Some people have negative opinions on some class because they just don't like it. But for the most part, all the classes are fairly good to play. There's no wrong choice. Say what you want. I prefer DPS and healing. So My healer of choice is Sage, because I've been spoiled by Sage. But Scholar healing's fun. Astrologian healing is scary. Come on. I was gonna go ahead and put this down, but it expired. And then don't be afraid to change keymines if you need to. What? That was weird. Careful. Thank you for the follow, Tomo. Welcome to the Fox Box. I hope you enjoy your stay. Now for keymines, I usually set up 4 hotbars in advance myself. But I have all my hotbars in use right now. Aw, I fluffed it. I casted the wrong ability first. Tanks are fun, I hear. I'm scared to touch tank, not gonna lie. Dang you. I'm walking here. No, stop it. Stop it. You bully. I'll play for class just for fashion. I mean, fashion is something to very much so do in this game. I do fashion as well. Main advice is enjoy the story. ARR may be a little slow, but once you get past it, most people enjoy it more. No you don't, 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 no you don't. I will not get brought up in your pool slides. I want to try Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker looks the fun to me. The fun? I like the super. It's nice to meet you too. Have fun on Fin Fan. If someone bullies you, feel free to report them and don't say anything back. Bullying is a no-no. Unless they're your friends. This area is very pretty. Hey, if you ever need help, don't be afraid to ask. Ah, spider, go away. Ah, spider, mouse, go, ah. spider a mess. Yeah. The spider decided that it wanted to get on the map. I know I don't report friends, but it's more of if someone's an asshole. Square Enix is no like to those people. Besides, he did it for the funnies. Rest in peace. I won't only ever get gear from craft. Requests from craft. Once you do dungeons, you'll start to get more gear. You can craft better gear if you want to go that route. But in later levels, I think you just get better gear from doing dungeons? I'm not sure. I'm not really at the point where I just settle down on the gear yet. Crafted gear will be better until you're like late game, I think. Hello Lynn, how are you? Which ones did you not do yet? This is leveling, so I haven't done any of the rest. But I don't mind redoing them because I need XP. That's entirely up to you. I need to get to level 80 on Ninja if possible before I resume MSQ, which may not be possible. Maybe wasting XP on $80, $90 still, but we'll see. No, you're fine. I need help doing a dungeon for that. Yeah, yeah, you can help me. I haven't finished it yet. I joined the Discord call. Being talking nothing around the streams. It's an awesome system for yourself. Thanks for doing so. Thank God that go. Oh, I'm mainly doing these for XP. These are dailies. You run them for XP. And you can get some stuff for them. Like minions, some armor pieces. I forgot how pretty this area is. Hope you have a lovely day. Enjoy Fin Fan. Don't rush it. Oh. Well, I guess we can both do it. With Lynn. You can soft hear me, that's fine. Dun, 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 dun. This area is fascinating. E. Ah. Ooh. I feel like the level I go up, the more I'm using the Jitsu over my normal abilities. So I'm probably doing it wrong because I think you're supposed to lead them, but I have not done any leading. I've done more of these spams than the lead. I'm hitting water with water. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. What are the links on? It's Frogman. I didn't do my recall. Oops. Ribbit. Ah, the ribbit. Meister? Does that one have a nope. 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 You go first. Nope, you're going first. You're going first. You're going first. Sorry, you pulled the tank. I didn't trust you. So when you pulled the tank, I couldn't control myself. I was like, oh my god, he just did it to the tank. That tank is not happy. That tank is upset. Yeah, this is last fight. That's a bit early. Just a wee bit. Waddle, waddle, waddle. I'll give it to that poor tank. That poor tank got bullied. Dun, dun, dun. If you want to log on to your main real quick. If you wish. It don't matter. Dun dun dun. How many points did we get? 0. Remember that crown? A key message and link shell real quick, Lynn. I can invite you. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Or try on normal. I mean, I can redo leveling in 50, 60, 70, 80. I don't mind. I gotta grab some. Oh, okay. What you planning on eating? Boing, 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 boing. Okay, we'll wait on Meister. We'll have 3 people. I started my own FC. Toka toka. Alright. There you go. What's your character's name? This on this one, Meister? Do do do. Alright. We're doing trials once Celine is ready. We are ready. Oh, you ready already? Neo, MSQ pop, go. Neo, pop. No, never mind. Do 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 do. Don't I have deals and spoils, gold feather exchange? I want this chocobo. Actually, let me look up this chocobo. Amber chocobo. It's a very pretty red chocobo. What is the equipping mana garmer? Alec. I may do dye. I need more black dye. I'm afraid of taking because my Dark Knight rotation. Press buttons, keep aggro. Oh, we got the pose. Dun, 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 dun. I'm the real one. We really both have the same top too. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. That's interesting. His ability's out. No, I didn't get to reset my cooldown. That man went as soon as it was available. Rest in peace, Nico. Owie. Owie. Are both healers dead? Oh, both healers aren't dead. I should be healing myself. No, don't get away from her. No. No. Finish it, cat. Finish it. If my control 1 was up, I could have got it. That's my thing. Oh, did ya? Well, that's not good. Okay. It's okay. I think we're fine this time. Hopefully I'm not too far. Oh. Well, that could have gone worse. Hello, JC. How are you? Is bound to another duty. What you been up to? Okay. Well, time to go grab Chocobo then. Is there a retainer bell here? I'm making these one. It's been good. Trying to hit level 80 before I resume story, but I don't think that's gonna be possible. So we can be wasting next weekend. Okay, it won't be much wasting. Because after I finish Shadowbringers, it's gonna be 80 for like the next long while. Hello, Rain Boo Zayla. I'm so sorry if I said your name wrong. I'm very bad at pronouncing things. How are you today? I'm lost. Where's the retaining bell? Is it in the story area? That one here? I don't want to go inside the inn. Dang it. But it's been good. Do you play Fan JC? Dun dun. Real Arcana, so Walker's Valley. Hello, Joker. How are you? This is the wrong bell. Oh, there it is. Where's the bug? Oh. To be fair, I honestly wouldn't down it because there's been so many harvester bugs right now. Okay. Where's my gold feathers? Are they in my chocobo? They're in my chocobo. What doing, man? Need someone else technical shit. Oh. The advice I can give is apologize and say you meant it as a joke. No, I'm trying to fix that. But hopefully they forgive you. Dun-dun. Your trip, I keep thinking how we... I mean, there's a you know, horse racing. Very good sales. Oh, I'll check them after this. There's Chocobo racing. Yin yin. Oh. Look, Chocobo cart. Oh, is that the... I think I saw that on YouTube. Honestly, don't know why I did that. I didn't really need to do that. All my villagers are not worthy, I guess. I just got that ring. Wait, somebody already died? Finishing combat protocol. Oh, rest in peace, you. Oh, that's not a good spot to sit. Round 2, fight. Yeah. Almost got hit by a robot. They're morphing. I know, I kinda like being able to see other people's abilities. I do. I don't know how to get there though. just ran away from the healer. Well, this is a fancy edge. I wanted to be mean to just walk out of it. That's painful. I'm sorry. I don't want to be bullied. Stand in the middle. Come by. Enhance Kosatsu. I'm sorry. So you got karma. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, man. Enjoy the noms. Danko for joining. Danko. Okay. If I don't get there after all the dailies, then I'll just go there. It'll be fine. I don't think I'm gonna make it there, because I think it's at 80. And I don't think I'm hitting 80, because I need 4 levels. Dun. Oh, this is a long one. This is a long one. Yeah, we'll do the dungeon after you eat, Lynn. And after we're done out of this. Look at all those chickens. Come. I didn't realize that ability upgrade did. Do it now. Raids, Koton, Huton, Huton, RainedInk. Of course. We don't understand, but we shall see. Did I just hear that ninja cast Huton? Yes, yes I did. Am I sad? Yes, yes I am. Dun dun da da dun. There's something to be afraid about. Don't cast Huton like that. You don't need to. I understand before I need your reset, but no. You don't like giant spider. Three, two, one. I don't know how to help y'all. Oh, I guess I see how to help y'all. I want to see what this ninja's doing for fashion. I'm interested in fashion. I want to see what their ninja looks like. Is it fancy? Why didn't grab it? No, 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 no. Rest in peace, Meister. I should get away from you, huh? Hurry up. Trains are sucking. Oh. So many people almost died. Oh god. Leave it really. I mean, it happens. I thought she was dead. Going backwards. Going backwards. I was following the other ninja. But it so happened it was not the right way. Dun dun dun. I mean, do that, but I did it anyways. We'll be resuming Dark Souls next week if it arrives. Oh wow. Why do I keep yawning? What? Oh, I'm awake. I'm awake, but not awake, but awake. Dun 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 dun. Okay, well, it's like it happens. Trust me, it happens. I got them zombies here for me. I'm bleeding. Yeah. Hi. Akiyama. I'm so sorry if I said your name wrong. I cannot believe. Welcome to the Fox Box. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. How are you today? Are you playing Tekken 7? I played Tekken 7 a little bit. I'm saying hit me okay. Oh my goodness, maybe I need to stand up and stretch after this. Oh no. No, they played the trial for a little bit. They're in Heaven's Ward. Jax is in Heaven's Ward. What's your favorite character in Tekken 7? So many people. Oof. Mega. Did I goof? I don't goof. I think I'm sleeping. To be honest, I didn't remember this part. It's been so long since this one ever showed up. Give the healer some help. I got hit with it this time. I learned from my mistake. I'm on HP. I'm on HP. That's not good. Crystal Tower mission. Is this the one we stand in? Yeah. And on bubble. Oh, the people are rest in peace. Oh my god, they can't have to really take this one. It's only 4%. Brute force. I was just saying, let me know if you need help. I don't actually think I can help you since you're in the other server, other country. I can give you prayer. And good luck, I guess. They're fun. And I'm already not like this. Do you not have a dump ability where you can just dump it, then you get mana? I don't know where the other ones go. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it's called my cards to get one. To be fair, a lot of people knew what to do, and I didn't know what to do at first. It's been so long since that this raid popped up. We have a wobble. Are we in the center there? We are rezzing people. Watch there's the ones on your team and leave the rest of the other team. Unless you can afford it. Oh goodness gracious. Charge. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, this is the giant ball orb. It's the blorb. You thought you can beat me? I am first. I walked off. Oops. I was clicking buttons. I was clicking buttons. You saw me, go over. That works. I'm small. I'm small and slow and dying. Teleportation. He is on OCE, I think. A simulation. I jumped in the hole like I should probably not have this randomly. Nasby, welcome, welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. How are y'all? Glass, look. How are you? Hey, Nasby. Was your stream good? I'll shout you out in just a moment, though. Rubik's Cube is the getaway one, yeah? No, Rubik's Cube, it was not. I should have looked at the other people. Can't we? Can't we? We don't have time. That was really fun at boss hunting in Elden Ring with the shoddy. Wait, what, with the shotgun? Wait, what? This raid's confusing. Wait, is there mods for it already? I'm taking a nap. They put data circles in the worst time. I don't know. The whole entire of AP was down. You can do it, Chocobo Man. You can do it. Those orbs are shiny and they may or may not kill you. Oh. We did it. Well, I don't know if the game even responds for shotgun. True. How far have you gone in Elden Ring? Don't. Ooh. Lovely. Dun. The food's running out. I used katanas when I played Elden Ring. And the bow. Legit. Haircut. Dun. The tank's still another cutting for it. Protect Chocobo Man. What? What does this do? What does this do? What does this do? Ah, it's chasing me. It's chasing me. Oh, resetting for Larson, thank you for the follow. For the prime sub. Thank you, Buffalo. Hope you enjoy playing notes. How are you today? Yes. I have died only twice. I am stuck in. Well, that's gonna hurt. There we go. Kinda spoke too soon about the not dying part. You should play Fin Fan. Please. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck and I'm in it. We got the wibble wobbles. Need. Pass. Pass. That's a fancy hat, but pass. It's okay, Meister. People also like Shiva. Oh, I didn't get it. The one thing I am getting is that card, though. I crushed no one. Oh no no. Lane. Lane. Well, I can get 77 off MSQ scenario later. Dun. Dun 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 dun. Ah, ah. Bum bum. Wait on lane. That's what we need. We do dungeon. Actually, a trial. Do we get any credits? How do we get credits? I know I just read it, but I don't understand it. FFXIV. Larson, you should play Fen Fan. Maybe company. Back up on the cookie. How to level company. How to rank up. I remember cutting anything high quality, undertake supply missions, grand company, fates, duties, quests, and earning achievement. I earned an achievement, but it didn't go up one. Wait, that's rank. Where's credits? I have to go over here to see how much credits we have. I can do crafting. This gives me an opportunity to do crafting. Since I have mostly low level craftings, that means a lot of experience to level up the guild with. What credits we got? 0. Okay, that was credits. We have no credits. Read. Apply for promotion. Dun, 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 dun. A moth? Wait. I'm so confused. These are the stuff I want. All this can go. Dun 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 dun. Actually, think about the headphones. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 bum. Where are the cookies at? Oh, I want that. I'm also have to learn how to make stuff for the decoration. Yeah, it worked. Now let's get some of these. There. Now I'm at 0. Now we turn stuff in. Dun, dun, dun. Make sure not to turn any fashion. Do I have anything fashion wise that can be turned in on it? Think about the cookie choppy. How are you? And I just will pass a shit. Add more headband. Add more headband. Honestly, I wish it pops up a different menu that's not attached to the. Ow. And googly eyes. Ow. What button was it? That's not the button I'm after. What button is it? I don't know how I managed to do that. Oh, Nasby, do you play Pen Pen? One second. Why aren't you flipping? Sir. Sir. Flip. Googly eyes. I hear y'all are about to play Killing Floor 2. Menacing. I think Lynn's AFK. So let me message her on Discord. Run. Oh, please shadow me. Don't get bumped too much by the robotic person. Why is my chat real small? Copy. There's 363 days left until you play Fin Fan. Wait, no. You said 3 years. 2 years and 364 3 days. Needs bonking, Choppy needs bonking. Yep, Choppy needs bonking. He won't, he won't join Fin Fan. Nope. 2 years and 363 days. Choppy got bonked. How did he? Choppy being stinky. Hello, Carl. How are you? No, I didn't know. No, I didn't know. No, I didn't know. Doing alright? That's good. Oh, you know what? Perfect opportunity. I see where I need to move it. I need to get backers. We'll put it here. Put it on top of the mini-map. It actually fits. Nice. Got bullied? Oh, were y'all playing Guilty Gear? Oh, y'all were playing Guilty Gear. Poor Choppy. It's okay, Choppy. Oh. This. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, we finished the raid. We need to do that. Oh, you mean the other, you meant the dungeon? I did the dungeon last night. I'm righteousness. That joke was made. Lang begin. Okay, okay. Dun dun dun. I grabbed the map for the FC. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to the casino. Make sure y'all stay hydrated as well. Coffee. Is coffee technically hydration? Dun dun dun. Okay. What? Eh? Okay. Apparently I'm not doing that. What is the new stuff they added? Thank you for the cookies. What is the new stuff they added to the doohickey, the prize counter? Find the bunk. Find the bunk. 3, 2, 1, 0. That's why not. I'll make you do all the neons about the neons later. Potato, patata, potato, patata, rotate. 6.2 patch notes. And I want gold saucer. New prizes available. It doesn't tell you what they are. Unless I'm blind. music.
Are you so determined to die?
Yes.
One
Anyway.
last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god!
You are not the gold. No, I flat out mute you.
Prepare for judgment!
When I'm by myself, I just watch YouTube videos while I'm doing random stuff.
This will be a mercy! To me, my servants! Feast upon these villains and their foul sins!
Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Fine, if you refuse to die! I will strip you of the illusion of will!
When you accidentally dodge a building, you're not paying attention, or you dodge it.
Receive of me my blessing and rise higher! I will crush you! Suffer, suffer, suffer! Suffer and know your vomit! Damn you! Why do you not fall?
We got the power of God in it, man. Honestly.
Why? It burns! It burns! What? What is it?
Anyway. Hello, Evie. I hope the day has been lovely. Easily.
This is the passion of my ascension. Very well. I shall embrace this tribe
Like, oh no, he's good looking now.
Feel my
Punk. He also has stick. Oh. Interesting mechanic, I like it. Oh no, you know that one. Getting bonked. So many mechanics, I like it. How are you nasty? That's fun.
I am all powerful.
What? Nothing else to say. Dun, 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 dun. Now someone's face. No. This is my temple now. Is that vault free? Yep. Well, I guess it's not dead free. I see it's finally over then. Now the night will return to all Lord of Ant and bring salvation of all our two worlds. On speaking of the rise of a cutscenes will play in sequence, it is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In this area, you return here by yes, I believe so. It's alive!
Am I cast down? But it is you who are the villains. Father told me that I am hope. I am righteousness. That I am a god.
Doka. Let me know if you need help with the dungeon, I'll help.
As man and sin eater both.
Both.
I kept the people safe. They respected me. Worshipped me.
I think he needs a hint.
How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you.
That lined up so perfectly. So this is a bad night to laugh.
Help me. Damn you.
You're not the main god.
I'm your god.
This is when shit hits the fan again. I feel so small. Does it crackle?
Look,
The
the
sky.
sky.
Let's go, it's nighttime. Oh, that's pretty. Crackle.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me.
Oh, mean.
I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
Gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Hello, Emmett.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
Oh, yes, now.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal. One that will ensure the longevity of your reign.
This is fall 3.
But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Question.
Amazing. Before my Vorthri, they behave as docile pets.
Oh.
With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
So Emmett caused all this.
you all right?
No.
Say something.
I'm in danger.
12 for Fend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
Ranger.
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Oh.
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense. Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success.
He's making
The
himself out
Exarch
the
will
village.
never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what
He's
does he mean to do?
sacrificing himself.
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrand.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered.
We didn't even get to see his face.
Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Oh. Called by his name? I have deja vu from him.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Let's go look at the tower. Oh. Oh yeah. I knew he couldn't be trusted.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the exile arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be.
You're a
I
disappointment.
placed my faith in you. Let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now. Halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
It was you who created both, it wasn't.
I am an Asian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes.
Heroes.
When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vtuber.
Ah.
Thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain and control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple
He is a
as
big
that.
one.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening.
Bonk 'em.
But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away. And I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried.
Bonk 'em.
You still retain your form and your senses. But you have all but become a sin eater. Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light.
I
Those
dislike
in
this
your
one.
company will likewise turn into sin eaters. And in time, you will succumb to your base instincts
Let me
and
fight 'em.
hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you. But before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vtuber achieved through bliss,
You cheat through despair.
I wanna fight this man.
But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero. Exarch!
Rest in peace.
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes.
Let me at him. I'll fight him.
Till then, I bid you farewell. Eater.
I guess we're sent. Go for fine. Who took it? Lemonphilia? Oh, Green?
Ah, finally.
Or was it you? What happened? I'm confused.
After you collapsed, Emmett's self vanished.
Was not a
Then
dream.
Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable.
We have not long lived.
You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it.
Is the world bright again? Yep.
It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrad is shrouded in light again.
We work so hard.
And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens.
I'm saying.
No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned.
Oh, I completely forgot.
And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you. Sorry.
Sad bunny.
If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
Even be wise to walk around? You first. I miss you awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gold. Yes, I was here at my station as always when they carried on in a makeshift stretcher looking disturbingly defiant of vigor. My compound of worry in the sky as well. I'm seriously, has everyone concerned to say the least? Seeing you up and about is first good news we had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, you may have considered a stroll around to reassure our anxious citizens. Rangi was one of the ones who helped convey you to your chambers, and he's been several times to incur your condition. The knight was robbed. Hello, Keurig. How are you? I had to sneeze. I no longer have to sneeze. Why is talking about sneezing make you so you don't sneeze? Oh well, look who's back from the dead. Hi, Elder Graham's site. Your companions look fair ready to drop when they brought you in. Blah, 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 blah. So offered helping hand, couldn't bear to see them struggle so much. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave, cold and lifeless. You were like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. The body refuses to sneeze. You told me some evil bee went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked white, what is this world coming to? But he never saw the thing, did it? Nay, it's sometimes like this that we Christian folks stand tall and do what needs to be done. Train with Umor is back on the table. We must make those resources to fortify the city against its eaters, or whatever misery fates deem to fit through us next. Speaking of misery, Chastain still was worried sick about you. A healer bringing her heals not the sight you never wish to see, let me tell you. I sneezed many times on the stream. Dun dun. Sedge. That's why you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even bag rakes were forbidden from making mistakes. Rain was kind enough to tell me you're showing something similar to either corruption. I suppose there's little Innovis could do for you in any case. As for your current companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grow even more haggard every time they pass through the Castellarium. How long were we asleep for? I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, so please you convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anybody if they collapse of all exhaust. And our one has been a little better. I'm afraid he hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his node buried in one dusty tome or another. We become a Night Lord. We be shiny. Dun, 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 dun. Open sesame. Dun dun. Hello, Morin. And found it says the same thing as last week, but should approach the problem from a different perspective. Is it truly you? You're not some big of imagination? Cause I just clicked. I clicked. Out of... No, I... Going to bonk. Didn't pay. The report over 100 times, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I'd pose in the extract. This day feels the absence all more weak keenly. You're right, however, I'm hopeful the search for our stolen steward may become an earnest. Atlas, meanwhile, leads the Christian in preparation for battle, though against what foe we are as yet certain we will not pay her a visit. I expect seeing you upright with much welcome relief. A big old bonk. The booth. I took the long route. I'm sorry. Dun. Dun dun dun. Dun. Look at this teleporter. Invite to the party if you need help. I did offer. What level's the dungeon? Astro! Alive and well, I see. You gave us proper fright. You know what? Not a day is gone by I haven't heard folk worrying about what's becoming you, X-Art. What levels? Okay, hold on. You have all the proper. Yeah. Welcome, Raiders. How are you? Anyway, I'm glad you're recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, are you? I was hoping I better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons returning you home, so maybe you could have one today. I sure could still be here. 607? Okay. Since we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like, if you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess your gear we're trying to improve. How are you, Astro? Welcome, Raiders. My wife, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns of materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time. Sounds like a challenge you would enjoy. Dun dun. Never came out yesterday in Genshin. I haven't gotten to it yet because I forgot about the horse and haven't done any story in months. Why did it skip? My servers are not started as is. I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that, I was thinking our absent genius and his are the perfect answer to the predicament of yours. My genius, you mean Gernald? He's a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with there. Rii! What's too late, so I did. I mean, you can do it when you wake up. What good does this town do us if we can't fully find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Gernald since he wandered off some years ago. Gonna take a shower and pass out. Have a good night, Sophie. Uncle for the raid. Have lovely sleeps. Stay hydrated. Have a comfy shower. Or if you're company. Daring work. Don't do that. Not nice. You know, he's like, he launched it on the idea. He'd probably pleasure himself in some forgotten cave. Complete his word on his latest collection. I wouldn't even know where to begin looking. That does make things difficult. Know that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet. I'll wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many of the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters. Even a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. Dipper knows to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Gernald, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow, steady progress. Don't get reprimanded so fast. Probably. Have a good one. Thank you for the raid. It's on top when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you back to... Yep. Before you do that, you're actually the reason why I came over here in the first place. I just has partaken in my stock until you properly will, but if you're passing near the stairs, I've got a regular who's eager to see you. Let's begin back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it? Here, we can't forget the heart upon which the seal is founded, or the extract might not have a home to return to. So much sage. You can start the queue. Are you alright? Nope. I think your return to your section might be in order, or you might consider resting while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the exarch often likes to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. I miss Exarch already. Rest in peace, my friend. Apparently he's still alive, yeah. Slow motion from here. I'm not good with this. My brain doesn't know how to react. I'm more like quiet and such. Head packs as well. Everyone needs head packs. I don't know why that ability wants to do it. I did not click that one. Dum. Wow. That ability does not do much damage. Heyo. Not one of the trials are trying to love it mentioned so much. I'm worried. Had pass for everybody. Had bats. Had bats. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. I don't tend to cry myself. Nothing anything wrong with it lately. I'm not very good at the crying part. But I do feel something. Let's came over there. I hope everyone's having a lovely week so far. I've been enjoying the week. I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I'm not very good at making backup plans. Dang it, I didn't do that. Potions everywhere now. Remember to stay hydrated. Am I in front? I don't know. Are you planning on playing Elden Ring in the future? Or Dark Souls? Well, not necessarily Elden Ring, like Dark Souls. And a lot of people like watching it. More aggro. This is a whole lot of aggro. Oh. Så tanken är grym. Got him up. Oh, where am I? I dropped down so fast. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I don't know what that is here. Ah. Rotate. Rotate. So my cookies have yet to arrive still. It's saddening. Dun dun. Russia. We're on the opposite way this time. Dun dun dun. Get bonked, man. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Deaded. He done deaded. Next, give it will increase damage. My brain was fumbling what to use. I think I walked that back into that. Green. Oh, it's a pretty ice cave. This is ice, yeah? Oh, we got most of the way. No, I'm not getting these. Oh, that one's almost dead. I guess they're hitting the other one while you're hitting that one. For some reason, Bluebird from Naruto popped in my head. No, no. Not gonna sing it, but it's got to be right. It's Face Man. Face Man. Dun, dun, dun. Control 8. That made his face tank a charge. He'll get first. I think that was the tank. Wait, Vlad, are you in the dungeon? No? I was like, I thought I had your character added. I'm I was a bit confused which one's gonna proc first. So many status effects, Jesus. Yep, here we go again. Stand right here. Hold on, Pasura Tate. almost rotated too quickly. Big bonk. Da, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. I don't need any of this. Thank you for the group. Let's go. A good limit break. 8%. Oh, there's parkour. Parkour, hardcore. Core par. Herring. Nah. I made so many mistakes on buttons. I just jump from here. You reckon? I don't feel like it. We'll do a sprint. I want these trees in the FC house. Not in, but for the FC house. I want pretty tree. Dun dun. Back to sadness. Back to sadness we go. For all those who are new, Shadowbringers is nicknamed Fieldbringers for.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Want to indulge? I can go check.
I can imagine how torn you must feel looking at that sky, knowing what it means to everyone.
Oh, yeah, you have.
And that
I thought the other ones were available too. Rub in my face, will you? I still can't believe it's coming from me. It's saddening.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Ree had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet.
Yet. Yet. Hello, Spooder.
I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm.
Oh. I mean, it's a pretty sky.
It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives.
Where's the Lucian? Anyone?
One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen.
Why would you gonna do that?
That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one.
As one. We got this.
To think that their hope still burned so bright.
Spider, don't you
That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
You did good. Deja vu.
Well, come on then.
It happened again.
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence.
Is he going to absorb all the light?
My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role.
He's taking all the light.
I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me.
If it's from
But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish.
this man.
For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
I soon grown.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie.
Yo.
Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours.
I goofed.
My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you?
Head pets.
Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle. It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Ilmeg will rise up in your defense.
Well, that's not
My
a
crown
solution.
and scepter are yours, if you want them.
That's not the solution.
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower?
She's
Dear
adorable.
beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits.
Your accent is
Your
so pretty.
kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through.
Good night, Lynn. Have lovely sleeps. Thank you for the dailies. Bye bye.
Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place.
Very small.
Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow.
With warmth aglow.
See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue.
You and your riddles.
You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Oh, off she goes. I want the crystal. Can I just take it? Can I just cut it in half and take it? It's so shiny. Dun, dun, dun. Person's name I don't know how to say. Tower? All of it. Give me all of it. It's my tower now. I'm expecting to see any pieces soon. Surely I'm not coming to search for tomorrow. Nope. I come to ask about Exarch. What do I know of Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there is no surprising revelation. Does any city I could tell you? He's a man of wisdom and compassion of many unsold secrets. None can doubt his generosity. When the Kistarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He was imposed no restriction upon us, but no one except Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. When he sees him pass, Ryan was bold enough to ask the reason why. Fisher merely smiled and said because one day the tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Are we gonna throw the light at the tower? Is that what's gonna happen? It's gonna kaboosh. Hello, Morin. Was something else you needed? If you come for the result of my research of persistent light, I'm afraid there's a little to tell you as of yet. Oh, came here to ask about Exarch. Exarch? Well, we need the documentation to relay on what we know of his history, if that's what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. It's summer, the Exarch himself became known to the refugees of Lakeland soon after. He welcomed all who sought to aspire, be they locals who had lost their homes, or deities fleeing the ruined kingdom. Together did they found the city which become Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name, but the summer did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his killing skint, so like the tower he had summoned and bestowed him upon the title of Crystal-like Ark. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unresolved to this day. Kit Kat meal. I wonder if someone made a replica of the tower. That'd be a fun little knack to have around in the room. Okay, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. This is about your not writing Nico's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I could tell you, but considering you avoid asking too many questions, unspoken role and all that, anyone has fresh insights to share, that would be Captain Linda, I'd say. You lost her parents to the senior attack long after she was born. They shark sawed her outward appearances aside. Those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. Imagine News's predicament hit her undoubtedly hard. Not that our proud can't hold over that show. If you decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the accessory gate. And go keep funny headbands. And you have keep funny headbands. Da da da. Dun. Da da Do y'all know what they added to the gold saucer? Hello, Nina. How are you, my friend? Was I not totally awoken? Welcome, was surprised to have one Exarch returned to us. He was taken by the rival's years, was he not? Your companion mentioned that the idea where to find him. I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only did I realize I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay is no less agonizing. The moment before he lets you join Calusia, the Exarch entrusts me with the key. It opens the door to the Ackler chamber known as room is part of the tower in which only Exarch is permitted to enter. He didn't allow no one into the tower once he departed, only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me such instructions, but the battle with Althi loomed near, and I accepted the key without much thought. Instead, however, that moment still occupies my mind. When I call the roof on his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Awisuki, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your men are truly fighting. How cute, funny, the truth. Am I? Forgive me, I trust Exarch. I should not be voicing these doubts when he's not here to respond to them personally. Yeah, they added a lot of stuff apparently. But you've come to me with the question of your own, have you not? Samphone who burns for answers. Time has come to open the Crystal Tower's heart, though we do not face an invasion of the Seers. I suspect the sea will be far more dangerous if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. I just want to know what they added to the saucer. I mean, I can unlock the door then. Secret tunnel. Dun 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 dun. Because no matter where I look, I can't find any information on the golden saucer stuff. Think about the headbest chaos. No. Do I get to hear a lovely accent?
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
Are you still you downloading the update? Look at all that knowledge. The blurb. Oh, someone was in here before. Oh.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then?
Grahatia.
By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
How old is Eckhart?
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the river of time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice.
Oh, I saw those, but they added new items.
But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our the fighting went on unabated. But some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me.
So we need his staff.
By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th Umbral Calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
The Sid is
And
very
by means
smart.
of such technologies didst thou affect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
How are you, Onion?
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
Assuming when I'm at 79.
Credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together
water bottles
was
spilled
nothing so
everywhere.
inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread.
Unbroken thread.
Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights.
Oceans are everywhere.
And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again, and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood, and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me, but in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Hello, friend.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the Light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case.
Oh.
What do you mean to do?
Bestow the tower with light. Rescue. And a few words with both Emmett and Exarch.
Then we should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not?
Yeah.
That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Good thing I can swim. Da-da-da. Let's go give Emmett bonk, an Exarch bonk. It's funny. Did you find the entrance you sought? If there's something where you need, I'll go knock the door. Questions? I need some question about Tempest. Tempest hasn't given to the seas which Calusia is bound. Make the request with Tamers, I'll provide you with an armor to fly you over the waters. But that's all I need. Just not leave it this moment alone. Get buried. For sure, I will not stop you. Go with the blessing of the shadows. I shall wait for your safe return. We're going on a trip through the water. I like the water. Alright, Amaro, just a moment. I shall saddle with our swiftest beast and fly you to the island. The open water, to the depth of the tempest. Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor. Are we getting an Amaro now? We do not have much time.
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Yep, we're going to the Tempest.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
I forgive you.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea.
It's not a good idea. But it's the only idea.
Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again.
So we must hurry.
Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Rean was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No. The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
I am saying.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Hugs.
Is there aught we can do to help?
The Bunny Squad.
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
They have a really thing for just shifting the moves constantly.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us.
When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive. And I knew at once that it
must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
I don't know why, but I got goosebumps from that.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
I need a pan of cookies.
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Defend the Custarium till it returns. Let's go. Onwards. I'm hungry. Now didn't it's plan to come in during Alamo for their journey to open sea. I fear the following dive down the Emmett's underwater boat will drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convening valences, we consider the most efficient method for reaching the depths of the Tempest. We believe we arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss the step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remain in the Custarium. Once the sea closest above our heads, we'll not surf again until our grand deed is done. I have nothing to prepare. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold thee to my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee welcome me into the hamlet of Solon, which lieth to the south and west. We all will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. I was attempting to read what he was saying in one sentence. For one breath. I struggle a lot on his words, his sentences, and on my own sentences. Dun dun dun. Dun, dun, dun. I hope y'all's day has been lovely so far. Dun, dun. Hello, Ranger. There to the west, canst thou discerns the hump of the island rising above the water? Is that a turtle? Foliage covered in mass, hide at the key to our safe descent, swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for my necessity. Though it be such to my shame, I can but flay and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island and spare one for all the specular minded skeptics. I can fly. Investigates suspect rock formations beneath the water surface. Not only fly, but Chocobo can swim. It's a whale! Wake up. Two carved slabs of rock seem squeezed together blah blah blah. Giving the impression of the giant stone islands. They're not stone, it's a whale. It has an island growing on top of it. It's a whale. Once I figure out how to get to the way it wants me to go to. Are they both in the same spot? That is loopy-loop. I don't want to talk about that. I'm a dummy. The solid that the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was that your imagination? It's a whale! Hello, Ryan J. We're on a whale. What have you else concerns? We're on a whale. If you turn primal, or turn primal. It's precisely according to the lore of the Pixies, we are now perched upon a back of an ancient Fey entity. His name is Bismarck I, the self-same title which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Bonavana of the source. Unless it's aid to bear us into the deep, that's banished the water with an airy spear. Unlike in a form of the gnomes which do shelter hamlets beneath the ruby sea. When it's a compass, we may move unencumbered and defend ourselves when the hour of combat cometh. As mostly shall, really shall now, I must need ask for silence by Mr. supplication. Was any of those words correct? We're on the whale.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
It's moving. It's talking. Long has it been since my name was called? Why do you wake me, little neighbor?
Fallen Silor Wislan.
To the bottom of the western sea we go. Pray lend us your back and your breath. It was twilight. I wait for the sun to set. I only wish only to sleep.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
We need Theo. We need Titania. Fiona.
Oh, my snoo yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my Precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
He's adorable.
Gers Bismail win picked. Van Dromi Drom Jacob.
The old pixies are precious, precious sapling.
Van
Let their wish be the king's command. He's not happy about that. What a rare thing to awaken to. My beautiful king, if that be thy wish, it shall be done.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. He's only got manners.
Different. This whole fucking Shadowbringers hits different. Heelbringers. Be sure to.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Shining souls. Oh. How's the work out now? To the western sea we go, wrapped in my breath. I will see to your destination, little baby. I know. It's been a roller coaster of emotion. We're on a whale. We're on the whale. I'm not really good at showing it.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
Yeah, we got the in between. We got 6.1 and 2.
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
You might want to run.
Whoa there! It's not stopping.
It's not going to.
Run! Run!
I don't know why that was so funny to me. I've fulfilled my duty. I will now return to the lake. That 4 ages was pleasant. May your journey be safe, one, little neighbors. Hello, Denori. How are you? We're under the sea. Awa, awa. Under the sea. It's where we.
Wow.
Eating kebab. Oh.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being.
Wiggle. Yum.
You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Finish him. British actor. All the voice actors in this game. Haha, cool. Well, glad I am that Bismarck was true to his word. The Random tip is safe and dry. It is here that we shall find the lair of Emmett, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For as seen alone is of course a trifling matter to flee him to the rift, yet I expect the travel is not impossible to mortal one's custody. Honestly not sure. Nay, he would not risk his prize when Exarch's buried body serveth as a key to Crystal Tower and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus I am all but certain that this underneath water realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We have to find them. The event that you leave the area, speak with... Okay. Now that's for where we should begin. That's where we should be looking. I rather doubt Emmett will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for the rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. Where are you? We're now swimming underwater? No. Oh, we're in a whole different area. This whole area is underwater. This is weird. This is weird. Don't mind if I yoink. Wait. Oh, I guess it's not too far off, but water. Wind underwater. What are you? Team gelatin? Oh, I thought that was one creature. I thought that was one creature. Bow. I was like, that's a wicked looking snail. Being followed. It's ominous as heck. Hello. You'd be a cool mount. You're so derpy. Hello to that here. That's so derpy. It's so happy. You know what? Don't move. It's so happy. You're cute, but weirdly and weird. Wait, huh? I'm so confused. What is that? the flowers. Exploration. Dun. Hello, squid tip octopus, so kindly. Hydrozone. You have 2 mouths. Okay, before we do something dumb, let's go to the town that I think they're wanting us to go to. That way, if we die, we don't struggle to get back. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. What? Oh. You play Pin Fandanori? Daggone. Hello, Ondu youth. Hello, fish people. Gasp. He runs. BB run. Oh, that's a pretty crystal. Very pretty crystal. Okay, I no longer fear death. The finless ones, they followed me. They become, was it you who took away our water? Ah, so there's no water. This is where the Ondo make their home, I had wondered. I forget us for any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, thus beg you for your understanding. Chieftain, what do we do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? Yes. The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you're emissaries of the Chosen, I bid you welcome. If you're not, I bid you leave. Understand, would you be willing to elaborate? You'll seem not suggest we withdraw for the moment. What's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently endearing search will be far more swiftly if we can call upon Ondo's local knowledge. I'd like to know more about this illuminated land. The chieftain spoke about? The Emmet stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? Cannot dismiss the possibility, but if Ondo refused to speak with us... Do you remember my first scheme for entering at Umor? How I had to plan to integrate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ondo? interval I dealt with was recent in manner, curious and custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach would you have in mind? The chief and fellow didn't leave us many options. Where the tree tread the swiftest course, we must locate its beginning. Tis plain that our automatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, assure our hosts that thereby your purpose here not your English is hard. Trickle to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores very well if it can be done quickly. What do you think? If nothing better after, but I do worry what happened if Ondo's tale end up leading us to a dead end. I'll say for certain, but since I tried a deeper connection to the Ascian than when first meets the eye, it warrants further investigation. Thus, I guess we'll go in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We'll make allies with the Ondo. And get a condo. A fancy house. Sally, you shall I pray proceed with the investigation. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. Dun, 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 dun. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Hello, Afanio. Don't believe who I just bumped into. This is Fushion, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Umor. I waited, he did not come, then the mist still came, but his visits did not continue. Please hurry, push on, and not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by the way of an apology? Perhaps where the dry return that came into the north is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crabs, but where we are swifter swimmers. But now there's no water, we run, we scuttle close behind, snapping with our claws. There are too many of them, too many. I believe I can be assistance there. Love you, Suki. If you're not found task, you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company where the dry return has an ominous ring to it. We're going to hunt crabs. What about this way? It's open. It's a door? No, it's not a door. Oh, maybe. Are you a door? Not a door. Are you a door? Adorable. Oh, is that the door? Let me. I guess there's no way in here. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, friend. Hello, derpy little guy. Ba ba bum. Okay. I feel like we can map out this whole area. Dun, dun. The southwest. Did I not fly in the area, by the way? I did not. I don't know what I'm missing there. Hello, friend. I hear you're causing problems. And we can't have that. KO. Oh, no, not KO. Secret tunnel. You're very pretty in here. It must be for the ninja. Hush, oh on. You cracked the shells, you must be stronger than you look. You're really strong. Future quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such time. Still, I would say that we reduced the local power population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you must have a reward. Knowledge. And this is part of my apology, do you remember? Besides, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might it convince you to tell us more about your village instead? I'd very much like to learn more of you and your people. Very well, before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the sea to the south. It was undestroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swarm, aimless, and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were. They had stood under the water, yet somehow they've been spared of scars of time in the current. These structures provide shelter for my people and protect them from tempest turbulent waters and the predators which hunted them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first sailors pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this they discerned the truth. Ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers for the eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. As if it shows that you're coming, this great vanish of water was by the ancient design. You'll find warm welcome here. Trace ancient history, I can't help but wonder how the significance of otherwise our morale will be decided. Each are blessed with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. It seems our earlier decision was the correct one. Thank you for your lesson. We'll continue to do what we can to assist your people. Should you desire help with any trouble, please do not hesitate to ask. To return the task at hand, only do not try to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. Dun dun. I've wasted so much XP. Blue quest. 70 quest. Dun 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 dun. Wait, what? Extract. Can I extract from the earring? I can? What kind of thing am I getting from the earring? Let's go! Dun dun. I don't have anything better. 6. Guess I could get those. Asuki, have we an odd of note? Fish people do not like crabs. Asking precisely sort of information I was hoping to hear. Can I keep a moment? I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. We're going on a trip. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. We're going to the stone pillars we saw earlier. Dun dun dun. Yoshala. Now there are two tasks I'm having performed. The first requires to inspect the buildings which surround Ondo settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. Second, I wish to use a knife to take scrapings off from one of the remnant walls. Maybe as far as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigation. Survey point. Survey says... there is a thingy right there. You're adorable. Let's aim and see if Forlin can fancy powerless enough. It's a building. Other may elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen elsewhere. I don't think that was just an archway. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. How's MSQ going along for you, Jax? You have to point a knife against the wall, but even after applying external pressure, you cannot move so much as a flake of the stone. It appears you cannot use a knife. Dun, 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 dun. What have you discovered? Not much. Besides the window. But I get that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structure appear to stay in both your sight and mind. You say you cannot do so much as scratches the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. This is buildings. Everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by particular materials for which I do not have a name. But any investigator prime examples, they may appear to be constructed by ordinary stone, but I assure you they're nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, under the crate of mineral unparalleled durability. With the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Nordorant, produced nothing which compares with this level of perfection. It's Ascian. Not the Rockets and who the ancients on Ondo claim as the architecture of the sanctuary. Regardless with the reason that Emmet withdrew here to Tempest, it's made by Ascian. You may simply have wished to retreat somewhere where mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many more such locations right here specifically. Emmet is devoted to his role, thus we assume his choice of the stronghold somehow serves Ascian agenda. Or tis a place dear to him than any other. It was built by ancient Ascians. This place probably powered Emmet. It was built by Ascians. I feel like it was. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. The theory of the structure are remnant of the time before the history of a star that is yet whole and unbroken. The traces of source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they have been untouched for millennia. Copy the mural Ravel. Emmett presented it to me during my visit to Fano on our victory to Calusia. In the first scene, by Emmett's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and disasters which befell it. The design is simplified, of course, but do you see similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? Maybe? No? We're closer to truth, I feel. Let's search the surroundings for another tower, one that matches a prior picture enough to remove all doubt. From the scene, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no structures, as soon as we try northwest. Secret tunnels may continue the Ravel at any time during the quest by opening a rebel enemy in the Copa. Quest search will not be displayed on the map. You must search for the structure which resembles the buildings in the mural. To inspect it from the survey point, the survey point will be found nearby in a location which allows a full point view of the structure. She said northwest. Which one are we at? Can't zoom out enough, so we can zoom in enough. I can't really see that far. Oh, there's one right there. Oh, that's not northwest though. I don't know what this one fully looks like. Wouldn't it be cool to go down in the water this deep? Not have to worry about things. It's a small tower. Oh, I think Emmett would be in the big one. This is Ondo. Cups be a good place to start. That's where I'm going. Need our trusty chocobo. Chocobo. Dong dong. However, I do not see a thing. Oh well. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. This. It's round. Oh. That's probably that. It was certainly this. Gimme, gimme. Things down there. Ooh, with the center. This mural went large. I cannot guess its purpose. It must have an opposing sight, as much as the tower height lies beneath the ground I yonder. The journal of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. As entire civilization, the resistance forgot all except a handful of Asians. Yet it did exist. They lived here in the city. But let us focus on what we learned so far. Leondo Cheatham spoke of mysterious stirring of the land. By his words, he believes that this phenomenon related to the ancients returning. Thus we can surmise that Ondo saw shining in the abyss was all in likelihood yet another remnant of this old age civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Ryan put it, than Emmett Selch himself? It's almost certain he is here. There. Everywhere. Secret tunnel. No. But for to find his stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Hopefully. Thank you for assisting with the investigation. Shall seek out our companions, share what we have learned. Much I'd like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest of us. You're declaring the shoot of Dailys that we make all reasonable haste. If you're not too weary, it might be useful speaking with Owen again and ask if there's not help he is willing to divulge. I want to look down here. I want to know what this is. What is this? It's water. It was nothing. I thought it was a living being. Sitting in a chair. Was not chair. Was disappointment. Good structure though. Hello sunshine, how are you? Oh, chat hydration time. Well, you hear it, chat, you gotta hydrate. Stay hydrated, friends. Mantis shrimp. If a shrimp had mantis limbs, I'd be terrified. No hydration, sunshine? Come on. Come on. Are they? Are they really? Mantis shrimp. Well, what do you know? I clicked on link. I'm scared. They don't seem to have... Do they fight like a mantis? Oh my god, they're literally just a mantis at this... Okay. They look like they mean business. They look like they'll be good dancers. They're huge, holy cow. There are tons of close. They look strong. That they do. I'm hitting a fish. Okay. Mantis shrimp versus crab. they are at the force break shells and such. Jesus. Their eyes are interesting. Adventures are, as a whole, super interesting creatures. Well, they can see a lot of color. I'm so sorry. This might be boring because I'm not sharing the video. Damn. It is one-shot KO to crab. Please. Note to self, if see cute little guy swimming in water, do not mess with it. Do not mess with it. Gotta handle them with care. You gotta offer a gold coin to them for safe passage. If I remember right, they punch so fast it boils water around it. They do punch fast. That was, I don't know about the water part though. I could see it though. This phone links for the wrong corner there. They are punched so fast. It boiled the water. Don't do it. I know you're fixing to do it. Don't do it. Don't press that button. Oh, you proved me wrong. But you're gonna hit me with the deception and throw it anyways. And give her the headbeds. I knew it. What's your best class? For FinFan? This is all what I have leveled up at the moment. Do note some of these start at 60 and then 30 and 50. Red Mage Samurai start at 50. Dancer starts at 60. Reaper starts at 60. But Sage, Dancer, Reaper, Ninja. Ninja's the best. Yes. It's very fun. I recommend trying them all out. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Break. Quick break. What's your favorite class of? Also, I'm spraying the pin. Let's go! I must have everybody saying Fin Fan. I cannot be the only one. It's such a good nickname for the game. Everyone must say Fin Fan. Should have named the FC Fin Fan Brigade. An instant opportunity. Speaking of which, your channel together. But yes, but you use it. If you wish to join our FC, it is brand new. Oh, we're already ranked 2? Wait, did you do that? Wait. How are we already ranked 2? Honey? When did that happen? Did me selling stuff rank up the thing? No. Then I ever refer to Monk as Punch. I mean, Monk's pretty fun. I recommend it to people who haven't tried it before. Could join a free company across data, if only. What's up? The thought count. We can still play game together though. I'm gonna turn this off for now. Until we get to a dungeon. In terms of Fin Fan working. Ah. Yeah. Well, sometimes you have to plant Fin Fan in their mind by saying Fin Fan, and they ask what it is, you say 14. But they're like, okay, so Fin Fan means 14. So it plants it in their mind. So next time they talk to somebody else, they may refer to it on Fin Fan on accident. And then they ask. It's just a constant cycle of confusion amongst themselves. And so they call it Fin Fan, and now we get Fin Fan spreading. The plan is working. Fin Fan domination begins. Achievements and completing quests gives energy for coming. Adaptive behavior. I will spread Fin Fan. We must get everybody calling it Fin Fan. Okay. I'll be right back. No, wait. Get some food, get some snacks. I shall be right back. Fox has returned. I wonder if it was... I wonder who's on? Oh. Okay, ACs. Oh, sorry. We leveled up to 2 so quickly. Alpha and his friend, you and your companion have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten? Are they the ruins to the northwest? That sacred site of which I speak, could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients? I believe that may be so. Listen then. I'll tell you our plans to bring light to the walls, that we may just answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We requested Finless craftsman to shape us a sacred lamp. He is the odd land dweller, chosen as he does live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It's concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then no doubt your purpose would be laid to rest. Oh, well. His name is Grenald. You'll find his workshop in the metal structure to the south. Southbound. I got cheese. I went and got cheese. I need what to do extra. Da 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 da. That's a fancy building. Open sesame. Okay, it did actually open. Open sesame too. Oh, Gonald. Who are you? Oh, that's great. That is... Do you mind tricking playing tricks on me now? Look, we're not someone came to visit you at the bottom of the bloody ocean. Bleeding out. I'm being a ghost. Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me, rotten soul. I've got no use for a craftsman who can't craft is bloody pointless than a sea slug with a Norman hammer, and that is an insult to the bloody sea slugs. It appears to be suffering from crushing about itself. Maybe help psych him up. Like, the siege is so strong. Now you won't be trying to raise my spirit now with your spirit? Not what I expect from a servant of the netherworld. Wake up. Wake up. Did I really come to this? That's supposed to me. I'm not impressed with what you see, lass. Fine, well, I may have let myself go a bit. Does not mean meant to be underwater sanctuary, a place where I can concentrate me work, far from the distraction of the outside world. Yet here these you stand now. What's so damn important that you'll dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding seems to bother me. Ah, the Ondo's lamp. Curse me empty head, and I have not much made a start. Why does this lamp look? I'm worth less than a sea slug, nay the slime left by a sea slug, me delivery dates long past, me workbench untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artist. You've heard the beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them runes be an act of deep religious in the culture saying to begin. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion, but I can't bloody well. Hello, Artie, how are you? Yeah, I mean, mine's a bleeding blank. Like, I pissed my. I didn't read that, I didn't know I had auto checked on. Sun on, why did it advance? Have you somewhat to show me, so how much to amuse me or write a good kick up the arse? What you eating? Honor wants to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze the light of noodles with eggs. Let's go! I hope it's good. It sparks own life caught in the crystal. It's been sparking. Why am I struggling to read this? It's continental joy, sorrows, and sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? You're not turned around to Ray, the crystal you discovered at the end of her journey. Maybe run on to her spine this. I found somebody that's hard to read, like, Rirange. I've let Hondo it down, but more than that, I let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. A granola crystal which belonged to one of the Albert companion. What's that you got there? The striking beauty, it shines with heartache and laughter and transcends of life. Criminal history made benefit. I can see brilliance over the crystal's legacy. You'd never capture such a gleam if not you ever labored 100 years. But bugger me if I did not need to try and wear me tools. Goddamn ye. I must set work feeling fades. He's so difficult to read. My voice just goes towards the accent. An accent for some reason. Feel that vision form in me. Step aside last and let me itch and hands get to work. Crafting. And done. Take the wonders that Crystal showed me, channel them into a new shape and befits on a spiritual character. Oh, that's pretty. Not a bad job if I say so myself. And to think I was this close to hanging out me hammer after studying the craft of the mate. I bet across the great the links and bread order it. Got one up every scrap of crafted wisdom I could find. No matter which thing I tried, my work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how to put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. What drew me here in the first place? I built me workshop and got the forge burning, then lost me blood in wheeler craft. Thank the gods for the crystals over years. or I might never have gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been enough to kind journey they sing songs about, the echoes of memory and just hold speaking directly in your heart. I can still feel and cursing through me, the inspiration not fading away, it's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me a chance and I reckon I can weave the Crystal Saga and things as well. Forgive me, I've almost forgotten the on this commission. If you could drag that lamp over to Holshath, I'll stay here and dream up new ornaments for you to try. You have access to forage, equipment, rewards, available collection, roll scheme. I haven't had a roll quest ever since I hit 90. Oh my god, better gear. Oh my. Requirements. My god, let's go! Wait, you cannot claim character. Yeah, claim it. Claim it. Claim. 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 Claim anyways. Yeah. Claim. Claim. I have gear finally. Answer. And oh, we're back at the Reaper. We gotta re-glamour. I really should just make glamour plates at this point. That's right. Oh, we finally got that outfit. Nice. Why did I get Sage gear? Do I have a class quest for it? No. Sage already level 90? Why did I get Sage gear? Okay, I'm gonna write down where this man is. Too sticky. GPS. H. Or and okay. Has been noted. Ninja. Look at it. I need to get more gear sets for outfit. May have to tell me where Sage gear is. Oh, Artie, when's the last time you played FinFan? I got 90. point for these. A raiding map. You reduce delivery items were drafted. Oh. Hello, friend. What do you have there? The lamp. People tell me that means you performed in the name of the aiding the cups, and now you come to see me bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope ever seen. You no doubt, we can doubt your purity no longer. Your rebel was the will of the age. This time for the fear has passed, we shall take the lamp and unveil its astral illumination upon the walls forgotten. Gather there your companions, we shall speak again once your prayers have been offered. It's so pretty.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yep. Missed that part, did ya?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
Fair. I get your travel. Think about the cookie. Go up to Psycho. How are you? Thank you for initial posture team. You up to Psycho?
So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
I won it against your friend.
Oh, it was RainedInk then.
Yep. Good cat girl.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine.
Well, you haven't been awake long
every
then.
one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
We have a ghost companion.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we've succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
I got phase 2 new armor.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
Mm-hmm.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
He was telling the truth.
Nor I. but there is no denying the evidence before our eyes.
Ow, ow, ow.
Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow
Eating
dream when you
cheese.
think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Alive and awoke. Barely.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
Knowledge.
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city.
You're building this?
The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could...
No doubts.
Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
A sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Let's go. We're going on a trip under the water.
Shall we?
Are we technically underwater? Now we will begin to mess with that. Who's under a blord? I know. It has been me guide your steps to illuminated land. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coral and rock. Enjoy your comrades below. We're going under. I should have this path. Nope. No. Where are we going? From gathered, yes, I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern below, beyond, and follow the wall down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest. Continue west, west, west. It's not so simple. Keep your friends with shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you'll find a Caliban gap in the barrier we place in its mouth. The obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it, and we may it so. No, you're guilty. This explanation, we thank you for your guidance. Deeper in the depths we go. dong. Hello, Rena. Geronimo. Classy. That'd be classily cute. How, how. Our guide bade us travel to the cabin floor and thence to the west. It would seem twisting tunnels to 9-foot central instructions rather than rely on the direction alone. I suggest we scout with care and relay the path on ahead to those who came behind. Oh, when a secret tunnel. AC should play Pin Pan. Yes, yes. It's so goopy. Weird. Sounds disgusting. Whole bunch of pirate ships. Panio. Asaki, I made the choice of 2 routes from here. You need to take the long way south along the rocks or skip along the Squirrel Branch as Alice has done, and I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Go. This one leads to a chance of mapping. I guess the other one does too, but yeah. It's I regret. It's so goofy. I don't like it. It sounds disgusting. I'm actually experienced this with like mac and cheese. You know what? Fair. That's a better way to think of it. I had mac and cheese yesterday. What I made? What did I cook with it? There's mac and cheese. There was the meat. I forgot. Oh. What did I cook with it? Mac and cheese. What did it was chicken? Was it chicken? Was it chicken? Okay. Chicken. Was it chicken? I remember. I remember. I don't know. I'm gonna take your word for it. It was mac and cheese and chicken. NP. Can I dye this? I cannot. There, I think I found the tunnel we're looking for. Secret tunnel. Tunnel of secrets. Maybe get down right here. What are you? What does your face look like? You look like you've seen stuff you shouldn't have. Dun, 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 dun. We're so fast. Dun, dun. Hello, Alexei. This must be the barrier Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more experience than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth doors our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs to raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. I'd like you to do the honors. Open says me. I like how they stand is similar. Their standing stance. Oh, just like that, I suppose we should head in. Dun, dun. Like as not, this tunnel will be our... Here, that's the road we have walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? We're going up. It's like a maze. Very pretty. Geronimo. Okay. What you up to, Sunshine and Zyko? Sure. Maybe. I'll see. There's so many things. I was gonna do that tomorrow, but I was told that I should wait. How much are you in the vent? Almost the same as me.
By the gods.
Gods by thee. Holy shiest.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Yep.
Then we are seeing the same view.
Wait, you see it?
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Ascians are built different. Guessing he's up there. I'm thinking he's up there. Did you notice the style of the architect? The same used for the remnants of the cups and the mural painted towers. Look closely, Emmett was not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered them semblance of an entire city upon them. Now the magnitude of his sacrifice is staggering, and though it pains me to admit, we do not fully understand the feats of which an old world Asian is capable. Brain. Committing, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Oh. Hi. I am doing Shadowbringers. I am near the end of Shadowbringers. This is spoilers. Are you more on my time schedule now? Or are you on the midst of figuring out timing again? Type thing. I am unsure. Or are you sticking with your old schedule? And whatnot. Let's stream 8 to 12. Journey. First escape channel. Oh. Hopefully. I just got a weird sense of deja vu. Ah. Hopefully you're able to get together. Did I grab that? But I'm everywhere today. My mind is in so many places. And dun dun dun. Well, play him. You're still wanting to. Perhaps. Look at the side of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Team Fox recognized. Welcome to the city of Armont. You'll be riding the lift. Will I just welcome you? Yep, it seems so. Perhaps not so strange that Emmett not invite Yuki to visit his abode. This plain why coming was expected. He knows we're coming. Where will this lift be taking us? This at every level Corcoria Heights is presently configured to convey the passengers directly to the ground floor. They have it, absent of some few hundred yalms of rope. We have little choice but accept the offer. With the emphasis of we, I'm not about to let you walk on that place alone. Into that place alone. I wish ground floor ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Huh? Next up, ground floor facilities include the Bureau of Administration and Bureau of Architect and the Capitol. pretty. I like it. It's very fancy. In a distance, I start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that build? What is it called the city? Amarat? I'm sure I'm saying that word wrong. Judge me. Look over there. Oh. A person on my thinking that's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed this yet. I don't know. Residents of this place may have much more to tell us. That's who we first moved. Can't just no. Alpha no. No. Oh, what the fuck? You're so tiny. Great, excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a question? He's so tiny. Notable costumes are children an excursion. This district has much. Oh, that sound like no language I've ever heard. He understood it. Just as he understood us. Which district is this exactly? Why are you voiced and they not? This who lost, poor thing. You stand in the Polyarite district, where in the line of the institutions must final the management of a star. He tells us where to find Emmett. The economy will have to worry about the workings of convocate or hardly surprising, I suppose the whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near and the brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus you must understand that the gaining audience at this time will be the next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your penguins begin to worry. Do you need to walk you back? I think you'll be fine. Very well, take care, little ones. They're so dull. What's that all about? I have no. Why does these people appear to be arcane entities? I suspect Emmett wove them from either, as much as he can reconstruct the rest of the city. Final days. Da -da -da -da. Such words will befit the oblivion described of a Spire-Asian foe. Catastrophic of the unprecedented scale, which didn't set in motion the summon of Zordak, hence Heidelin herself. 5 centuries and centuries, did it? That man spoke as if they're rushing to avert the disaster here and now. As for these people, this pass is here now. I believe thou has it right a bit, Master Alpha. The other Amarat persons appear to be phantoms with a different age. Emmett has restricted a memory a moment in time before the star was sent. Thundered. We find ourselves in a long destroyed city inhabited by long departed and unusual be sure, but at least we're able to parlay with these. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this spare advantage, split up, strike some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. Alright, it wouldn't hurt that we know a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impeding disaster. Mingling them, let's back here when our jaws start aching. I see a goal. To the other right. Wait. On ninja. The expiration XP on ninja. Hello, friend. Don't talkie. What you up to right now is like, go. Hello, anxious Amorite. Good gracious child, where's your family? You should not be alone at this time like this. Run along home now, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across this sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They're calling it the final days. How's it going so far? It's sad to start suddenly. Picked up a dog eating from beneath this earth. The sound destroys all living things within earshot. Rest from its control over creation. As that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread pulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. Turning fall of fairy rain. Wanting of nightmares. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. It's as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical life now festers and it's only a matter of time till Amrat 2 resounds to the discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Unless the pair. This is a massive city. I want the crystal. Hello, friend. Shop. Bureau of Administration. Bye. Fancy. Let me do that. My nose is. Hello, friend. So tall. I look so small to them. Oh, I saw much. Our assistance with the resident application or matter. I don't know. Conditioner. I go. Attack. Inefficient armory change. No. Where's the old scythe? Where is Dancer? Right, this one. I really gotta sort through all this stuff. I do. Armory test. What is this? Well, there's no aetherites here, I don't think. No, actually. City music. Hey, friend. Oh, you're an enemy. There's enemies here. Hello, Atomic, how are you? Oh. You're among you. I hope your day has been well. If it just started, good morning. Or if it's ending, good night. Somebody cow. They're creepy looking. They are angry. Hydro shot. Let's play music. Alrighty. The spot is mapped out. I feel so slow because the area is so big. What you up to, Godzilla? Hello, friends. Running out to Emmett's set, I'm afraid you had the wrong office, little one. And besides, you'll be far too busy to deal with the questions of a curious children. Apparently, you have been told the looming catastrophe. Every resource available must be spent on ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement. Instead, the 14 are moving forward with the plans of scarce credible portion. One which promises to grant will to every fairy star itself. They will invoke the mightiest spells of creation to birth the entity of all-encompassing magnificence. Then they'll rewrite the laws that exist. It's a huge undertaking that must be completed a year The corruption spreads this far, thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. But we're learning the history of the calamity. So peaceful. Besides the area right there, it's so peaceful. Dun, dun, dun. The friend. It's seen the halls hosted the most precious visitor of the day. No precaution. Visitor of this day, what pray tell shall the subject of our discussion, young one? Convocation, understanding their healing coming peril, it is only natural that you should have questioned. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As for the other 14 are the wisest most among us. They are the stewards of the order, responsible for decisions which keep in the star turning season after season. Good speaker, La Habrea, the emissary Alibus, is occupied in the active stage of surpassing intellect. Logworth, Matron, Emmett Setch, their individual titles have a gesture of respect and matter of tradition become synonymous with their number. Thus his great incredibility, credule. Create this recent rumor that a seat is soon to be left vacant. Proven truth would be unprecedented development, testament to immense pressure on which labors are toiling. In the event I am for one confident they shall deliver us our salvation. Oh. This is a huge city underneath the sea. As before I am now, the people of the city believe that they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled him to recreate this ancient Amarat. Yet I fancy his word to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. Who would have this story known? What it feels like. I should grab a spell speed. Compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then our next move will become clear. Dun dun dun. The team and corrupt changer were much alike. Illumine this Aztec, creation magic turning rampant in this con. I really don't know what that word is. Convocation's efforts to bring salvation to chaos. I suppose there was little. Well, yeah, I suppose there was talk of little else. What? Little else. Time when these events came to pass. Rajay, if I may, what are your thoughts on the 8 parts of creation? Fascinating discipline indeed. Not mind can conceive a rendered in reality, and all that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus on. Not this similar to the primal rites taught by the Assassins, wherein rituals, ceremonies beneath figments of myth and legend. Are you off work? You're at the same conclusion. We live in the age of forced sundering. We're blessed with vast reserves of mana.
Good job!
I assume that's a yes. No matter how draining these creation magic must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the aether which pours throughout their own bodies. If you attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and seek to draw the balance from elsewhere and from a hoard of crystals map where you up and up the safe travels. If you attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and seek to draw the balance from elsewhere. A hoard of crystals may have very land itself. Thus, when this art creation was placed in our hands, it became in effect a means for destruction. Matter which no doubt bears further study, but by all these revelations, I worry that we are no closer to finding the image. Has anyone learned aught which may lead us? Or likely may what we heard, it seems that convocation of 14's sequence nearby Capitol building. And we went to see for ourselves and he didn't want us through without a right approval. We tried to lock with the Bureau of Administration, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. That's when we gave up. I wonder if those who would you be eligible for? Voice and listeners know who you were. Maybe you're worth a look, I say. Find them out. Well, I'll head back to the Capitol and search the last official point of entry just in case. Hermione and accompany thee on thy reconnaissance and arcane perspective may prove. I'd like to speak for these ancients. Maybe they know something to help cure condition. Good luck. Coming with. Of course, I don't mind. Just lead the way. I will be busy ourselves with further exploration. There's certainly more intelligence to be had. So we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. Everyone went there. Oh, there's a whole bunch of blue quests. They're all level 70, so unless one of them's a dungeon, I'm saving them for Ninja. Lightning cluster. I'll say, little one, those garments you rain, they're your own original concept, I take it. Clear they must be, given their rather for flamboyance. Never dreamed fitting a fledgling creativity, but parade about in your culture. Cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. The way these people. A team of characters shares their creation with the community. They do not hoard them for their use alone. To delight in disparity is a mark of morally deficient. Disparity engenders feeling of want and resentment, which degrade the bond of fellowship. Thus, we do encourage creators to share alike. Else, we risk kindling the embers of violence that ever smolder in the hearts of all. Just pray, little one, to cast aside your original trapping on a communal robe. You might equate yourself with a full among many. Doing so, you afforded greater ass respect and autonomy. Were not for this simple affair, shall I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the hall. Retort carrying roast pithily suited for one of your diminutives. I'm sure they'll be glad to share with the wealthy. To hurry, the eyes of collective are ever watching, knowing your worth. Jesus worth. 56 tiles. Hello, friend. I hear you have a gift. We're looking rather smart this evening. What can I do for you, little one? A wish for a robe. Oh, sir, when your symbol, how prudent of us. I have nothing I can offer you at this present time. Worshipman saw me carefully was a failed experiment. I never intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly after. Failed experiment. Your music. I gather you find odd that your elves can fail in so simple an application of creation magic. For comment you may realize, little one, in this instance, a gaggle the children was passing by. As I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye, simply becoming aware their presence was a form influence, and the final product changed. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to leave a white-haired lion, and all of a sudden, a exquisite eagle alighted on the nearby railing, giving me quite a shock and dramatically altering my initial concept. Almost most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome. Great strides are most born from unexpected. But even inspiration has its limit for all the wonders we have wrought. I do wonder if there's a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there's truly nothing left unmade, and only iteration, imagination, and stagnation remain. As such, historic matters do not concern you, little one. For now, I'd encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magic without fear of failure. Unless it'll still be your best interest to don the appropriate robes to witness scrutiny, why don't you go to the prayer? Oh, rest. Sunshine has a boom boom. Perfect concept, you can fashion one yourself. Making sure none of these are a dungeon. We'll come back later to grab that one. I mean, all of these are not a dungeon. What you up to, Sunshine? What's your plans for food? Vegetables. Vegetable taco. Veggie tables. Vegetables. Sunshine, we got it made, by the way. It's already ranked 2. We have an FC now. That's not how you say it. What is it? Vegetables not right? Were you saying how I said veg? Is that right? We're talking about veggie tables. Oh no, you don't. Oh, is it the... You're talking about the Rick and Morty way? Okay, I'm calling you right now. You're gonna say it out loud. No. Is there right? I guess this full name, please. Oh, please wait. Your guy camera, confirm your details. Are you sure? Dun, dun. You find your position is ready for collection? Your seal was approved by Emma itself. Further form certification will not be required. Here's your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the and the was to issue a visibles rep for the capital. Will be the first dumb thing that's on your stream. You could be like me and not be able to read like most of the words that's being said right now. My dictionary is not that filled with that many words. I know not of the way to pronounce them. Or not knowing the meaning of them. Make sure y'all stay hydrated. Hello friends, I'm here to ask you for a favor. Next please. The auto papers for the capital are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. 2, 4, 6, 8. That person just disappeared. So small. So small. Well, that's not. May I? You, a link are from a time beyond Earth, have fallen in the wake of Emmett. Yeah. Hey, there's no cause for alarm. I'm simply a shade here and not here. I only know that my name is Nicholas, and this is a recreation, and a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. The others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Fine was distracted when it came to my reconstruction. A stray thought would have been enough. Athelodius will realize the truth. For example, we are close friends once. Inspired by my perception, as I play the same role as all the rest, apart being to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage, too much scrutiny shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. So again, my purpose is not to concern you. I only wish to share your company whilst we wait. Come this far, then you know the catastrophe which awaits us on the morrow. Our morrow. These final days, what began as isolated incidents, soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The convocation of the 14 will, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for a star. Then they would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. My creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Only those who still live near the cap offered the name of salvation. Out of sacrifice, Zodiac was born just as we hoped. He reached forth and halted march of oblivion. Yet, how the star has suffered, so many species lost, the land was blighted, the waters poisoned, even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiac, another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, and to ensure that trees and grass and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. Finally, we began anew and reconstructed the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality, then when the time was right we could offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return he would restore us to those brethren whose souls would have fed his strength. Together we would resume our roles as there were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. I argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac, that this world should belong to the newly born. Thus the sins suffered their life energies and creation idling, and their incarnations impose any belief. And this for the first time in history, our people stood divided, knowing then how this conflict ended. Have I like laundry? Okadoka. Awa awa. Emmett has never been a champion for the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he'll not have abandoned his course. He may pay the price for a return, or whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmett is not only a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they only grown heavier ever past ever. Just truly the weight he chose in the carry. Poor man. As your turn has come, pray do not let me keep you. We're so tiny. Last thing you walk in with another at your side, yes? Oh, you mean him. The birds. Yeah, seeing on the clipboard just a faintly suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it, visible to anyone but me. Let's assume only you can see it is ethereal companion. Connections hardly coincidence for a time the two of you were the colors was toast the tail. He that distinctive could not be mistaken about how thin the soul spread. At this kind of fate I might expect for one such as she. Surely Emmett has recognized a hint of her in you. Idling. Are you my new old friend? Will you find what it is you seek? May your soul rest. They shall. Your visitor as requested. When you wish to gain eminence to capital, simply present the document at the attendant with it. It's a long walk. So I make a wee bit. I feel so small in the city. Hello, friends. While you were gone so long, I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you through quite a adventure? About the papers, and I know I said that word wrong, don't worry about it. My instincts were correct. Good thing too, you're on Jade. I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is fought by a more and more attractive option. Capital boasts not a single armed sentry. It would seem that their time does not deem it needful to post guards. Windows doors, however, are heavily awarded. Though mightily did we strive, the strength, mundane and magical, we failed to budget them even a fraction of 1 elm. Mayhap it was simply the case that Emmett's recursion did not extend their function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it would be best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matter. Which were Brian and I were trying to ask you about a cure for you. These ancient didn't exist beyond amateur today, they'll happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempt to explain our situation, the conversation became muddled. Quickly became muddled. What are you thinking? What Inter said during your efforts to obtain a writ? One of 14. Sacrifice of life in exchange for their brother's resurrection. All the Asher scheming was leading to this. But if they're meaning to enact this plan, things will end with just a warning. Thought we knew their intentions in full, restore the world to its former glory, and turn the power of Zodiac and reclaim his throne as a star. I thought it was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume following final rejoining, the Assassins mean to draw the lights of the source to make a sacrifice to Zodiac. Let's see the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who were allied with the Askins will that the value is there surviving will not. All our history of struggles will be erased. I cannot win such an act. I don't know. Of course not. That is not to say that Emmett plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well? As well as our past? No. I know. I am so keen. Where do we... Over there. Make your mark, change the course of history in a way that's felt those who came before and those after, and by everyone you met. Seems that even my other self dying somewhere in the future, playing me will smile and say, I need you to win. Emmett, is fighting Emmett the only way? The entire city. Don't take everything we have to defeat him if we can. Push out hard in the current state, the light will break free. The press on lies with you, just as it lies with every one of us. Onwards! Item. He needs a good bonk. Can I taste a plus or shit? Remember that talk we had atop the tower in Ward 2? Still in the same mind as now as then. I don't abandon you. You don't abandon me. Together we make a difference in the night. Always help if you look for us all again and again as you toward those veils of light from the sky. If you take an next step forward, a chance will find a way to save you, so no matter how long it takes, no matter how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. After he spoke of disaster we would bring upon his own heads, this conflict. I wonder how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. Who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's heart? People my logic and ideals never could, uniting desperate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, the giant talus would have never raised its head. I was born with so many miracles on your side, and we'll do so again, but this is an obstacle in our road, so come, let's travel it rapidly through wander and danger as you are wont to do. I shall endeavor nothing. As well as thou knowest, if you're to usher Emmett into his rest, we must need find his asking salt and shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requires our sight, and such I prepared upon first asking. No less thought was ever mine intent to provide such said boon. Future winds, our noble friend doth hail his world fallen to asking our advice. Not see such a grim history. In a sense, Emmett's destruction will be the accumulation of Emmett's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured for so many years. Yet even thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, that of many others, besides is to see thee survive and this in pursuit of happiness becomes that I do not pledge to remain at thy side. I do pledge, I do not, where did I get that? The time of the first has been never-ending succession of trials, as various as our path as ever in the source will ever was. Yet through our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you can help me stay true to my conviction. Thus I return a favor to your heart decrees without hesitation or regret, and that's all I'll say on the matter. Well, this is what everyone in the solemn mood has in it. Honestly, we're not even sure what this will be the end of it. I suppose we could speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in So forgive me in the smallest sentiment. So keep by dragging me into this sorry mess. You give me a chance to think and act as I should have for Ryan's sake. Words cannot express how much this changed my life and how grateful I am for your support. Express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I'll be there guarding your back. I'm feeling impressed with her power. She told me that no matter how strong you become, you still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. It was right after you collapsed on Mount Gold, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I made a mistake. If I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you can be molds from turning. I wouldn't know how to save you. You can thank any others. Y'all been there when I needed help, and Philly surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, but I just... I'm not good enough. You're fine. Come and follow your example. I tried really... Finish. Hitting your head. Shouldn't. It can be cruel, but smile better. It's a hero. We will always keep up for him and cares to never get the smile. I'm not sure actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. Something will come brooding here in self-pity. I made my decision. I'm going with you. Ah. Before it gets dark and depression. Is that a door? I feel like that's a door. Open sesame. Hello, friend. Welcome to the capital. Visitors must bring an official writ of permission before admittance is granted. Structure appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guest you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. That's a giant door. I like the design on that door.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Specific.
Emmett Sulk. My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation.
Annihilation.
Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you?
Fight me.
And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not she who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, You aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
Constitute.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Fight. Both of these. Exarch.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities, and harness that power for the Ardor.
You're evil.
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you. Fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star.
He done.
Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference?
Forever.
Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion.
No.
You cannot be entrusted with our legacy.
He is a great character. He's a very lonely character.
I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
He needs head pats. And sleep. And bonk.
Emmet Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today.
Our time is not yet finished.
Hi, y'all.
We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
Fight, 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 fight.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
Oh, there's a fire.
Behold, the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
A lot of wind.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
He's fine. Maybe he just needs sleep. Does he need a Snickers? Is that what's happening? Does he need a Snicker? Did you eat well? He needs headbands. Would anybody like to join for this trial? That's not travel dungeon. Yep. I got a phone off here. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Give me 1 second, I have to shut my door. Dogs are fixing to start barking. But it's not appearing anybody else is doing this. Do I take the NPCs? Dun 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 dun. Dun dun. Dun. No worries. We'll give it a couple minutes. Maybe if somebody else is trying to do it as well. Maybe. Give all of them. What? If you need some sleep, get some sleep. Dun, dun, dun. I have an attack. Does anybody notice that your friends list doesn't update anymore? You can manually update all of it? So far, I'm getting a whopping nobody. Every time it updates, another one goes offline. There's only one person in mine. Hello, sunshine. How are you? Yeah. Seppuku. I'm so sorry for putting your name wrong. How are you today? Welcome to Fox. I hope you enjoy your stay. Food. What you ate? What you eating with veggies? What you eating with them? Dun, dun, dun. Yes. Okay, so you're eating watermelon with grape juice. Got it. Like you've been sleeping in the shadows. I hope it was lovely sleep. Over here. Where can I shove this? I did like it being up here, but you know what? We'll move something. We'll move this thing. Good work, man. It's looking good. That's good. Rest is important. Dun, 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 dun. I'm currently waiting on a dungeon. We're doing the last quest for Shadowbringers. Alrighty, looks like I'm doing it with NPCs. Hello, Sangre. How are you? In 1 minute, then we'll test it with NPCs. Dun, 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 dun. I gotta withdraw first. Dun, dun. How are you, sorry? Alright, okay, do I need to do that? Full of party, enter armor. Damage. Push children, Oracle of Light. Oracle of Light's a rogue. He's only healer.
Victory will be ours.
Oh, he's also a healer. Okay. Let us go. I am good. Over on. I'm gonna. Charge.
Welcome to the final days of Amaranth.
Amaranth. Oof.
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
I feel so weak. There's so many wicked looking creatures. Oops. Oh no, please don't spam that dialogue. I said what Alpha no should spam. Leave it to me. But I'm alive. How convenient. Oh, is this a city? Oh my god, it's a city. A city on fire. We're higher level than this, than I think we're going to go. Onwards. Stack that. I know. Oh no. Da, da, da. Hey, spider. How's your somewhere spider?
Just as prayer gives rise to pride, our dread may manifest our deepest fears.
Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, you're trying to get me hit by the monster. Oh no. Yeah, the rock is a much better choice than mine. Oh yeah. Oh, look at the whole picture. First, I can get a second limit break. I didn't even know I can get limit breaks in PCs. in.
I will not hold back.
Yeah, we don't need it. Okay, it's probably dumb. It's probably dumb. Let's die! Yeah, I was gonna die. Azza was the one that died. Dun, dun. Baby, I brought a gift.
Are you all right?
I will not hold back.
Why not? Hope I have it. It was a bad idea to anger all this. You know, only leave it.
Leave the healing to me.
Happen, yo. Fuck. 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 No, hurt the twat. Yeah. One more. Dun, dun, dun.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
This poor city. Hello. Dun, 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 dun. Probably more than I can fight, but oh, that we should find out, shall we? Hello, Lynn. Good morning. Lovely dungeons. My brain's puzzled. Puzzled bits. It's an awesome dungeon. Bit sad to see the city burn though. I know, Alphanio, you don't have to say it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going at a normal pace. Oh, I guess if you count 8 hours every other day, normal. About the kitty cat. And I get all loot to myself. What are you supposed to be? Terminus and Delaware. Like the second, endure the second doom. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Tree.
Keep your guard up.
Holy face. Spectacular. Dun 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 dun.
Away with you! This is going to leave a mark!
Focus.
So many. I can see this dungeon wiping people. It does. I can see it. Hello, Big M. First. Oh, I'm still longer. This is get as much damage out as you can, yeah.
I will not hold back!
I think I should level break this thing. Probably fine. That was not fine.
Yet this is far from the worst of it.
Right.
Come, and I will show you.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's pretty.
Just a little
well, I guess if you
further,
call destruction pretty, but that's pretty.
and you will see the end of a world.
Oh, screenshot. What, how did I turn around? Space. Yeah. It's nice but sad because can you stop? I'm trying to look. Oh, that's a crystal tower. Oh, hi. What you doing? Space. That was very cool. I agree. Gloves are off. Well, why'd you take your gloves off? How about you take your gloves? Sort of reminds me of Halo's scene. Be the boss. Thank you. Where are you? Here. I stayed stuff. Destruction. This thing has so much HP. I'm the one making the tank pull big in this one. Well, thank you. Oh, I feel like they're programmed not to die. So I guess as long as I don't die, that's fine. I can't really control their movements.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Owie. Oh, shoist. I might have made a mistake. Alpha Yo! Alpha Yo! Particular! Particular! Oh, Vancouver did. You know what? I kinda oversold it now. Vancouver live! Live, my friend! No, don't stand in that. You goofball. I'm guessing they weren't known to do those abilities back then. into that.
This is going to leave a mark.
Here's a big one. Sometimes I feel like they don't even bother trading move.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten.
They went into the third doom. Dun 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 dun. The Griddle Therion. Therion! Therion's now Pokemon. Are you ever unlock spots? That's not a whole lot of platforms. You're not staying in the middle. I learned my mistakes from the last one. Stand in the middle. Do I want to stand in the middle? I do not want to stand in the middle.
This is going to leave a mark.
This spawns might do more damage. That's a bat! I didn't realize he moved. So we rotate. We rotate. Should have moved. Well, that's not much place to go. Not the deck I thought he was going to do, not gonna lie. Let us stand here. Got baited. Dun, dun. Man, you make it hard to see. Did you know that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Get blurred. He did it. That was a good screenshot. That's so pretty. All the screenshots. We fight you now, my friend.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Unlike you. Sorry, that's the version.
Nevertheless,
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind.
Insult.
The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
That is a dope.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope.
Yeah, tell them.
And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
You said that. Are you done yet? Alizé.
You are a mistake.
Ouch.
For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed.
Yeah.
We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prattle.
Let me at him.
Fool. Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave.
I think you have a bit of that.
My world will have no need for heroes.
Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
I understand where he's coming from, but he's going about it the wrong way.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance?
You're the kitty cat.
Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
Ping pong. Doggos, please.
You see, the light will not be denied.
Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
No.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
Oh, there's Thangray.
Now, Reed! Now!
Fight it. You have to hold on.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds? Take it. We fight as one.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be. That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
Good job!
How? I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you all! Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades. He who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Oh, it's fine. All I said out loud, does anybody want to join? Then I got the party notification from Lynn. The moment I said it, then I saw the mic was muted. I was like, oh my god. Sure, you can join. It's because the dogs were barking. I forgot to unmute. Was that dog's part? No. Which character you want to join? I really gotta write down names. We'll make the party finder after we get land. Or we can try queuing for it when the lab joins and see if it pops. If not, then we can do Party Finder. Oh. He's on the same data center. Was that a character? Okay, finder. I have no idea how to make a party finder. Glad he's making a party finder. I'm glad it's not logged in yet. Is this an abyss? We're just in pure nothingness. Oh no, the game crashed. Aside from Lad, I don't think anybody else is joining. Dun 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 dun. There you go, Glad. If anybody else wishes to join, you can do the same. At least we can fix. Inside, would you like to join? Please don't bunk. Please don't bunk. I was joking. Keep on streaming, Sunshine. I know. You can join in the future. I believe in you. Yeah, he is. I'll help you. Cause I got level. Cause after I end stream later, I'm gonna work on leveling this up. And helping you helps with that. Stream Fin Fan. Fin Fan. Fin Fan. Glad you did it. Oh, she did. View Party Finder. View Party Finder. Glad. If you... He's in... When she bleeds. Okay, you can start it. Dying Grasp. You're gonna fight Hades. I'm gonna block chat though. Sweet. Thank you for the welcome, Raiders. Welcome. You playing Valorant? How's that going? We all winning? Your model is adorable.
Show your vaulted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
Hades looks scary as that. It's cool. Dun dun dun. hope your stream was good and I hope the game went well.
Darkness reigns. You are worthy. Your aim is mine to command.
That's popping so much. Oh, I see. Okay.
Scurry and shatter. By darkness be purged. Darkness reigns.
I need medical assistance. Please. Pause.
Stifled by this vessel of flesh.
Oh my god, resets. We're on phase 2. When you unbutter your souls, my brother. Oh, this is hard to see. Took so much. But you know what? I don't know why I went as dancer. No, I didn't. No. Ow. Oh, let's get on the other side of him here. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Man, it's like a bug. No, I messed up. Actually moved. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Dun, dun, dun. Do I know what I'm doing? No, I do not. Is this a time active event?
My dormant breath, dream now of a dark tomorrow. I'll gather might, must reclaim these fading reflections. In Zodiac's name.
IBC too. I within her champion grows faint. Mash? 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 Dun, dun, dun. Let's go.
You have no power over me.
We won. Let's go. Thank God for the help. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Will
not
killed. Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all?
Not over yet, apparently.
What will become of our dreams?
There's so many. How are you noodles? How's everybody doing today?
Enough, damn you!
Damn, thank right out here stealing the spotlight. They're alive.
Infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Rock and leave. Does this solve our light issue? You got Kamehameha. The Mega Bonk, yeah. We get to keep the platform. I believe you're on that. I don't know about you.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
Right the bonk. Rest in peace, friend. He just wanted to be reunited with his family members. Find the bonk.
It's over. Selk is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
I feel like they got shorter.
What dost thou see?
Her ether. It is as it used to be.
Let's go.
As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light.
Rest
I
in peace.
cannot assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart. Yet now it seems somehow restored.
By your darkness.
I tried to help you before the battle, but Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
No, why you're on the light. Hell no. Oh, do I cliffhanger or do I get help from a hero of this world? Cliffhanger. Explain it on another day.
I see.
Exarch? He lives. That's what I'm saying.
Where to start?
Healing.
I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
It's good to see you awake, Gara.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
No cry. Aren't we in a cave?
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
Papa.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right.
There, look! Over there, over at the beach!
What credits?
Ho there! Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way.
Alpha never gets a break.
Heavens. Take me.
Alpha Forte, thank you for the follow. Welcome to
Alpha,
Foxbox. Hope you enjoy your stay. I'm sorry I pronounced your name wrong. He does deserve a break.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
Orange's always there.
For the love of... Alpha! for now.
Welcome back,
Yo.
dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain.
Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous with that though?
This tale, too, will fade with time,
I did
passing
not.
into
I had to go
legend
back
as
into
the
the log.
world heals and moves on.
Adazai. She likes cookies, so she must be respected. Oh, there he is.
Nevertheless. As ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life,
He lives. Well, sorta. Oh.
so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy.
I guess. A bunny.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you?
Why? Why?
Where are you
Why?
from,
Why?
really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Termination. Bill. Cookies. That's lovely art. I want that as a background. Let's go. Let's go. Can I have this as a background? Somewhere. Hopefully. Look at all those mermaids. Yeah, turn easier. How long are the credits? Asking. No idea. Oh my god. Is there anything important that I would miss? Besides the memories? It's nice. It is very nice music. Oh, that's a button I need to fix. I didn't realize I was bound. Oh, I guess I could have grabbed that as a background myself. It always is. White Tiger, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the biddies. How are you, White Tiger? Thank you, thank you. Oh, I forgot about this character. Well, not really, but Sage. It's very good music. I can tell the credits are almost over. It's basing off
From those who fallen to those who rise, a prayer to keep us ever by your side.
Froggy.
An undying promise that we just
Froggy boy. I still want him as a minion.
in a
still want it as a minion.
Pray don't forget us, your bygone kin. With one
Dun, 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 dun.
as a new begin. And should our souls scatter unto the wind, still we shall live on. Stand
A tiny. The team is adorable. Can't tell me otherwise. It's the monkey reaper, in case you're wondering. No, I didn't get to show you monkey reaper because I didn't think about it until the last second. Hello, Dragon God, how are you? I think I got a cookie. Good cat dog. Reloading. This DLC, well, technically this DLC, expansion is a mix of emotion. There's those two who I shall not name, because I know someone had got right up to storing it. 2 people. Right, I haven't been able to watch it because of work, but now I should be able to watch it. I hope your year has been lovely so far. And thank you for the like. Thank you. Dun, 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 dun. There's Dad Crib. And Filio and Reen. I thought they were going to be but oh, there's the fuck boys. And the golem. That's gonna cause so much damage if that rock falls. There's the other fuckboy. I still have 6.1 and 6. No, not 6.1. I have the in between. I have post. Have brain Calibringers to do still. Yeah. I just thought we never really got to watch. We got to watch some. I just thought the music would be nice to listen to. You know, if you don't want to, I can skip it. I don't mind. Or feels. I'm bad at the feels though. It's very good so far. I wish Hades and all the others who died very well. There's the city. Let's fix it. And then dun 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 dun. Story is famous. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. How's y'all's week been so far? Vardar, do you play? What server do you play on? Oh, you're probably already in an FC. I made an FC. Currently leveling it up. Not currently. Somewhat leveling it up. Very good. New patch keep me busy. I wanted Island so bad. FC Island, that's what I want. Give us an FC Island, come on. I'll gladly accept an FC Island. Dun, 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 dun. Is it supposed to be blank? Oh, it's supposed to be blank. Island Sanctuary seems pretty cool so far. Let's go! Imagine having one for FC.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat.
Retreat.
Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith
yeah,
that
it's
this world
personal.
and her people will one
I
day
think
be
we
whole
are
once
personally. I
more.
watch friends and other people play through all the game. Much every time. You should join Mateus. Although, you should join where your friends are, actually. Join where your friends are.
With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
It's not that boring. Just take your time, enjoy the story. It's gonna be a little bit sluggish until you get to Heaven's Word.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history?
That's a very good question.
Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, My death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
The MMO aspects are very different from the other campaigns.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow Scions, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Yeah.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
Let's go.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure she arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
Are you sure? Dun, dun, dun. What is that staff? We'll look at the staff. Did we get that staff? Do we get a replica of that staff?
I'm a little relieved, to be honest.
The
I
cool
would have
looking
been
staff.
terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
We're no longer villains anymore. Well, I guess it's been like that way for a while. But we're no longer villains no more. Let's go.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way.
Dun, dun, dun.
When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Elb. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh.
So how old is... I'm gonna call him Exarch because I can never remember. Gara? Something? How old is this?
A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side.
Dun, dun, dun. But he's trapped.
Would that it was so easy.
Why can't I click?
The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand.
Patty pat.
Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
I guess we still have the Grahatia our world, don't we? Anyway, that's why you can't go over there. Because there cannot be two of one. And meanwhile, an Imperial Palace in the source. They're running. There's a spider on the wall.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Charge. Do we get spawned in? Next and get.
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty. Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor.
And how do you know that was the Emperor just from what you're saying?
Wait! Oh. Your Radiance!
Dun, dun.
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Not the one who I thought would win.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed
Oh, never mind.
his skin and fled.
That's who I
rather
thought would
than
win.
face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
Dino.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift.
Damn.
Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling.
Yawn.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands.
This is a coup.
I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
So he only wishes to fight me.
You would kill me just for that.
He seems...
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice!
Welcome back, my stick.
I heard the Asians speak of Zodiac, an island. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making.
This man's just as crazy as he was earlier.
We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
You can defeat an ASEAN, but... I have not been here in a long time. I'm some teleport. I'm just gonna teleport. Inject me here, someone's a little... There's a blue quest. Summon a blue quest. Do them all ninja. Hetaru. Hetaru. Hello, friend. You not notice? Look, is it really you? Hang on. And we didn't think you'd be back for ages. Time moves in mysterious ways. Right? So it does report you delivered by the excitable little pixie said as much. Well, as the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react. Seems reluctant to come at any large-scale engagements, and it's odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we have yet to see any sign of what that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. I suppose we did call an old friend to help out without count. It. Keely and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though it will be worth to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyways, just as I was about to make contact with this helper of ours, then I confirmed the latest news to the front. You might fancy having a rest while I do. Lower your light back where she belongs, just as if nothing happened, but you seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. Let's go! Add a bit of this. But it'll be on a hyper claim. Hamlet gone, Labria gone, I alone remain the last of the unbroken. Once more, I move to re-evaluate the potential of these shattered souls. Xenos, never did I dream you could overpower me so completely possessed as I was of your body and its all its uncanny strength. Now that I have shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Xenos is stronger than an Ascian by far. Emissary, what a poor jest that has become. The flow of history has become muddied, and its current wild beyond my capacity to direct them. We rest in the advantage Heidelin, with keeping hands here and disciplines to tighten the grasp on our star. Venus bulk? Yep. He's very strong. Origins of the world remain hidden, its inhabitants ignore their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. We celebrate the gift of perfect life, uncaring, unknowing, as we weaken and fade. Do not imagine yourself rid of us. Your champion has indeed proven the most courageous obstacle to our sentence. A bar thorn at my side, she may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Sounds like a skill issue. Yes, it can be done. I'll keep these heroes mirrored in the first, and the victories will be ours at last. Where's darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, and death at the hands of the warriors of light. Well, shoot. Dun. What you doing? Seems you right. Empty. Oh. Experience. Let's go. Guess something is out there. Swimming, crossing mobs and mobs is feral emptiness, which is really unhealthy for living creature science, I understand. I mean, some is better than none. Even if we restrict ourselves to brief forays, I'd like to imagine the effect it would have on our either. You still want to go, don't you? I do the rest. 10.3. Oh, that's a long ways. We may have saved the world, but we have reclaimed it. When you put it that way. What choice do we have? You're going on a trip? Of course, that's why I'm going with you. That's what paying for, isn't it? He adopted. Let's come back and further this mad journey of yours. Dad, Grid. Thank you, Grid. Oh, they missed each other. Dun, 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 dun. The building? The blazing skies give away the gentle night. What hand can end the war of dark and night? Trust parties unlocked. To complete the main scenario, shall already unlock the trust system. The trust system allows you to repeat previous completed the main scenario with a party of NPCs who gain experience leveled up according to their duty participation. Bring up interfaces like trust and their duty. Yep. Let's see what's for. Whatever experience, you're not able to accept quests and job related source. In order to access them, you follow must be met. Okay. Quest location. Quest locations and the other details can be viewed in level 70 job quest journal entries. Mission quests unlock new content become available in Crystarium. Restwell, Warrior of Light and Darkness for 2 worlds of adventure. Await your turn. We did it! We're finally completed! Good to see you. I hope you've been being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill. I had to keep to. Oh, I can? Let's go! You certainly earned it. Hey, Spider, can you get away from my drink, please? Go. What do you mean by that? Unlock copied. Here, where are those at? I want to do those. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet the helper I told you about, but here, piece of the answers like Pearl. I do hope he's alright. Been exchanging messages with the Aurorian Alliance through the route, though they say fighting is finally set up dark, and the Empire has shown no sign of movement. Okay. Which means we might actually have a moment of ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, you can tell me more about what your time in the first. I think you spelled it right, actually. Okay, if you don't mind, I'll ask. She wants to know what happened to Ophelia. I think it's best she hears it from you. Me at the terrace at the House of Splendors. Oh, that's the last of the MSQ I do for today. We go do other stuff. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. The blue cost here. Yeah, there is. I'm gonna probably do most of them off stream, as it'll help me level up some stuff. Moving forward, Okadoka safe travels. Mama? Stay hydrated. Handle. Dun, dun, dun. Well, this is only quest in Luzia. Hail, Sinner. Have you heard about this Ring of Peace and Comrade? Word has it they haven't the foggiest who's behind them. Not a clue. They've gotten desperate to find the where I'm told, pointing fingers at any who saw as much sneeze in a suspicious fashion. Why, the next thing you know, they'll be finding our old rivals in Tomra, Wicked White. They could do that, wouldn't they? Damn those thin-beard blighters. Listen, Sinner, can you go and tell them that if they try to pin this on us, there'll be consequences? Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Hey, where does this start? Wing spider. What is your business here, my friend? Sorry, there's a spider on my keyboard. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Trying to figure out if this is the quest to start trying to burn health. Now they're harvesters, they're not technically spiders. Not technically spiders. Dun, dun. Okay, we're doing the right quest. Oh, did I unlock flying here? What am I missing? Southeast? Down here. What? find it. Where does it lead? To the south? By the water. I've been doing good. How about you? Hello, Hammer. I don't see. There it is. Dun, dun, dun. Got some that's a bit more. I hope your sleep was lovely. We can fly and touch the sky. Those good sleep cycle. Dun, dun. Alrighty. I think, however, I'm going to end here. I may continue this off stream, but I'll be definitely be willing to replay the raids on stream. If I decide to. Thank y'all for watching. I'm gonna raid somebody new. Their character is adorable. I know I got raided not too long ago, but it is time for foods and whatnot. I'm gonna do. If you wish to follow my Twitter or join the Discord, you can do so. I do talk there, and I will post schedule and I know hungry and I was gonna raid Sunshine, but Sunshine's not feeling it right now. But Sunshine may stream next time. Yeah. Anytime. I'm not very good at streaming for a long time. Because after a while I either get hungry or... Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Crazy long. It is. But I enjoy it. I get to hang out with y'all. Although I imagine just watching me stare at a little screen for like 9 hours can be a bit boring sometimes. But I appreciate y'all lurking and whatnot. We're gonna raid Iano. I'm not sure that's how you say her name. You're probably gonna correct me. See, I'm stubborn. The moment I stream for 1 hour longer than normal, I'm like, I kind of want to stream that much time again. But every so often, my body's like, you don't need to do that. Stop. Anyways, this channel has follower and subscriber mode only on. Oh, I wanted to give them. We'll give them support. If you don't mind lurking for a little bit. But they're playing Genshin. The character is adorable. And you want to message me in the Discord? This girl will get some help. Yeah. I'll just repost the Discord at the very least. You can follow me on Twitter for updates, and anything, feel free to message in the Discord and whatnot. If you wish to use the raid emotes, you can do so for 8 channel points each, or for a sub. Not if you don't want to. But thank y'all for watching. Have a lovely day. I'll give y'all time to get the emails for 80 channel points each if you wish to. There's gonna be new chibi on stream, not anytime soon, but very cute. I'll show y'all whenever it's done. Thank y'all for watching. Have a lovely day. Stay hydrated. I'm gonna get food and whatnot. Bye.